It's 6:30, so I'm going to call the meeting to order. So the first thing is to review and approve the agenda, and just looking through it now, I don't think we have any changes to make. It is quite a long agenda for tonight, so I just want to bring that to folks' attention and just ask that folks are conscious of our potentially long agenda this evening. That's as much for us as for folks watching or present here. But otherwise, I don't think there are any changes. I know. Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. So we're going to move on to general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to weigh in on a topic that is otherwise not on our agenda for the evening. If you do have a comment that is pertinent to a topic on our agenda, then you can make those comments adjacent to those items. You'll have an opportunity when those items come up. But if it's otherwise not on our agenda, now is the time, and this is true for all public comments in general. If you would say your name, where you live, and try to keep your comments to about 2 minutes, that is very helpful. So having said all of that, would anyone like to make a comment or address the council?
Steve Whitaker, Montpelier. I would ask a mild accommodation because I'm going to cover. Oh, one thing is on the consent agenda. I hope it's pulled and I can comment on it there. A couple things related to Transit Center in Girton Park. So related to the Good Samaritan.
To that item, yes.
So I will skip over that one in the trust that it gets pulled off the consent agenda. I'm going to pass a photo around taken tonight of the Girton Park, and another photo taken last Friday of our sidewalks and our Christmas decorations. So we use our public works staff to decorate the town and trucks. Meanwhile, we're leaving our storm drains clogged, and there was one occasion where there was 10 inches of water backed up all across Elm Street, both lanes up into the sidewalks. And still the ice and the puddles and the storm drains are not cleared, but yet we can dedicate our public works staff to putting up decorations which promptly broke down and litter the sidewalks for day after day after day. So I'm questioning the priorities. I understand from talking to our public works director that we're severely short-staffed and quote, there is no money, but that's not excuse for leaving unsafe and icy sidewalks and bridges. Even tonight, the sidewalks are not salted. They're covered with a thin layer of snow and they're icy and slippery. I could have skied all the way over here. So this is a real problem. And I think you should consider directing staff and police force to walk out there with buckets of sand if we have to address icy spots. I interrupted a meeting that the city manager and assistant were having to alert Donna of that problem because Public Works had forgotten a section of the north side of State Street between Elm and Main. Everything else had been sanded, but that section was pure ice. And still, I drive to Rutland and back, and it's still not done. So we have a real problem with y'all not being on the street to see what I see and others feel and slip and fall. And you just don't believe it when I bring it to you. This turns towards negligence, okay? I made records request of the city manager's office for the whole regarding our decision not to become or to no longer be a public safety answering point. I got half a response, and I've learned it's futile to file appeals to the head of the agency, but y'all direct and manage the city manager, and for him to just neglect to find those records is unconscionable, especially when you know it's a repeat pattern. The same with the bathrooms, right of the public to use the bathrooms in city center. So I can tell you're more interested in reading your email than hearing this, but I'd like to request that you explicitly authorize any entity using the city's room for a Zoom hybrid meetings to utilize the equipment. We have a real problem with Public Safety Authority refusing to plug into the screen or the amplified speakers, and participants cannot see who's speaking, cannot be heard, and cannot hear. So if you're going to make the city's facility available for Zoom, why not make the Zoom equipment available too? There's no reason not to. I'd ask you to take action on that tonight if it needs action. I will just address the Girton Park, to have moved it and to have denied these folks restful sleep who were sleeping there and privacy, and then to not even bother to sand the sloped walkway, which didn't exist in its prior location, and have people having to slip and fall on ice to get into their undignified shelter is, again, unconscionable. I ask y'all to grow a little compassion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
do we know what the process is for getting the AV equipment used for meetings here?
I'm not sure anyone's asked. If they have, do you know? I'm not sure anyone's requested to use it. If we,
I'm sorry, what's
if somebody else, a non-city agency was using this room and wanted to have a Zoom meeting, could they use the screen and the sound system? And
They
I,
could, if they wanted to, I would help them
Yeah.
set that up, but there's no requirement that they do that.
right, no, it's their meeting. They can do what they want, but we certainly would, we would,
He is a member of Public Safety.
We're gonna
Hey,
keep,
you're-
we're gonna keep going.
they are not a city agency, so we would not, we can't require another agency to conduct, how they conduct their meetings. We would assist them if they wanted to.
Okay, great. That's,
Thank you.
so that could happen, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
it
it's
is
the
available.
most effective way to make those hybrid meetings work, so sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Oh, if you'd come up and say your name and all that.
Peter Kelman, I live in Montpelier, and I requested that a television story on channel 22 be shown this evening.
Yeah, thank you. And so you're ceding your time to this clip. Thank you very much. Okay. No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear about what was happening.
In central Vermont who are living outdoors and even more living in the motels. Morgan Brown spent 12 years living outside.
Regardless of weather conditions and temperature, it's hard, period.
Were there ever days when you were living outside where you felt like you weren't going to make it?
Yes, many. I don't know how I survived. It took a huge toll. There were days when, in this type of weather, at night, I'm walking around with no place to go, and I'm praying to God to take me. Not that I want to die, but I couldn't cope.
In July 2015, Tammy Menard became homeless with her husband and 2 dogs. She said cold winter nights brought a lot of stress.
It's the constant fear of freezing. It's the constant fear of worry of trying to stay warm.
Menard says there is a stigma people experiencing homelessness face.
Not everybody's drug addicts. Not everybody is alcoholics. A lot of people turn to that eventually after being on the streets just because there's so much stress.
Over an 8-day period in November, 3 local homeless people died, according to Ken Russell, chair of Montpelier's Homelessness Task Force and executive director of Another Way.
There were definitely substances involved with some of them.
Governor Phil Scott reinstated the state's emergency motel program through March 2022, but Russell says this is still not enough.
We need long-term housing solutions. We need money invested in housing.
And now that Tammy has a bed in warm apartment, it means everything.
It was a relief, a huge, huge relief to be able to feel safe and know that I can stay warm.
I also spoke with Dawn Little, the state outreach coordinator from Good Samaritan Haven and Barry, and she told me if you have clothing or food to donate, now is the time. Reporting live in the newsroom, Dana Casulo, Local 22 News.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And I have some thoughts on this that I want to share, but I'm going to hold off on that for now because I know other folks may want to speak. I'm going to go with other folks in person first. Anyone else in person wish to address the council? Okay, seeing nobody. Morgan Brown, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Morgan Brown, Montpelier resident, District 3. Briefly, I just want to clarify, it was corrected on the article page, the text. However, when it says that I lived outside for 12 years, actually, it would be more accurate to say that I lived unhoused for 12 years the last go around, okay? Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else online? You can use the raise hand function, which is under reactions, or you can just unmute yourself and let us know you'd like to speak, or turn your camera on and wave. That all of those options are good. I also just want to, as a new point, I think this is something I'd like to do, is for those of you who are online, if you would make sure that your name says both your first and last names so that I can address you properly, that would be great. And I think most of you do, but I just thought I'd at least put that out there. All right, anyone else wish to make a comment? Carolyn, would you like to make a comment? Oh, I just heard you unmuting yourself.
Yes, I would. I find it very sad that the public in Montpelier isn't aware of how serious the circumstances are. That I think we've all been lulled to thinking that everybody got to go to the motels and lived happily ever after, and that's simply not the case. That there are about 4 dozen people living outside, and this brief clip indicates how sad that is, and how we need to do more.
Thank you. And Linda Berger, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I have a question about item number 11. When that item comes up, will there be an opportunity for the public to ask questions about the information presented?
Yes, there will be.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Good question. Anyone else? All right. Well, so especially in light of the news clip that we just saw and the article that was in the Bridge recently about some unhoused folks who died recently, that was something that I spent a lot of time thinking about, and I did end up calling Ken Russell, the chair of our homelessness task force, it's just to check in to say, like, where are we at? What do we need to be doing? And so I've asked the homelessness task force to come back, not tonight, but at our next meeting, just to keep us informed. I mean, if there is, I know there are some projects that are in the works, and that there may be other things that we can be doing, that this is all stuff that I think we just need to keep on our radar and keep pushing on. So I just want to at least let you folks on the council and the public know that that is something that is on my mind, and hoping to have them on the next agenda. Vicky, yes.
Yes. I don't know how to put my full name on the
Oh.
Zoom, but
Okay.
so I guess you'll just have to deal with it. On a sober note there, though, about the 3 people that passed away, I would hope that there's some way that we can somehow find out who they were and honor them in some way. Because you do, when you work in and you do things out in the community, you get to know some of these people. And, it just seems as though we should be able to find a way to honor their lives, rather than simply say 3 people died unhoused. Because we never do find out
Yeah.
who they were, and you never know why you're not seeing someone you're used to seeing. And everybody deserves to have their lives honored in some fashion.
Thank you, Vicky. And just so you know, if you want to change how your name appears, you go down to participants, and then all the participants should appear. And then next to your name should appear a blue button that says more, and then you can click on rename, and you should be able to change your name that way, just as an FYI. But thank you also for your comment. Lisa Rochelle, that's Vicky Lane. Yes, okay. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, my name is Lisa Rochelle. I live in Montpelier, Vermont, and I just wanted to express my deep sorrow in the fact that we even have unhoused in the capital of Vermont. And I think the best way to honor folks is to work even harder to find solutions and use every avenue that we have to build communities and not just shelter people, but permanently house them with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well.
Mia, it's Morgan Brown again. I just want to say amen to what was just said there. And I totally agree with that. And I hope that we're able to do more along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. And so we're going to move on for now to the consent agenda. And is there a motion? I think we would move the consent agenda and then
Move the consent agenda.
and then take things off. Yes.
Just a request to move item F, the Housing Trust Fund recommendation, off the consent agenda.
Oh, is there a second?
I'll second. Give me a second.
Do we have, yeah, for some reason. You'd think that I would remember that. So pulling item F, if that's okay with you, Jack? Yeah. Okay, so the motion and a second. Any further discussion about any consent agenda item? Okay. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed. All right, let's take up item F. I believe there is a comment on it.
I can be brief. I have mentioned this numerous times before, that when city money is being passed to a nonprofit, the transparency and the accountability is lacking. Especially right now, access to the bathrooms in the transit center is being negotiated through Good Samaritan or another way, neither of which is subject to public records law. And we have a problem with a particular person who has been served a no trespass order from the transit center, sleeping in the church, and she was sitting outside on Thanksgiving Day with no place to stay warm. And we don't have a system that fills these gaps or sees who's falling through the net. And there needs to be, if we're gonna give $100,000 to Good Samaritan towards the new shelter project, we need some accountability and some transparency. And in prior, I raised this over several years, there's been we don't need to look at what they're doing with our money. I say we do. We absolutely need to condition those contracts on some degree, maybe not the full transparency of state law that a public agency has, but an enhanced level of transparency of communications of where the things are falling apart. People were sexually assaulted at Good Samaritan. People had their property stolen. People have died at Good Samaritan, and they're not subject to public records law. So when you're talking about giving them $100,000 from our housing trust fund, now is the time to put some accountability provisions into that. Also, we need to make sure that the negotiation for use of the transit center as a warming space has a provision to lift the no trespass order against this person. She's too articulate for her own good, but she also needs a bathroom and to be in a warm space. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this particular item? No? Okay, is there a motion?
Move that we approve item F.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, so item F passes, and we have a few appointments to make. And so the way I'd like to arrange this is to see if any of the candidates for any of the three committees that we're talking about are present with us. I'd like to hear from all of them, and then we can either go into executive session or just have a vote, either way. So just to check here, Justin Dressel, you're here. Yes, would you like to come up and address the council, introduce yourself, and just tell us about your interest in serving on the CBPSA?
Hey everybody, Justin Dressler, was here a few weeks ago. I'm a Montpelier resident. I applied to the CVPSA. I'm interested in public safety generally, obviously, which is why I applied to be on the police review committee. I am particularly interested in this because dispatch was the area of the police review committee that I had the most focus on. Seems like something that would be interesting, that is kind of right up my alley. I care, I care about getting things done. I'm really committed to the city. We only moved up here a few years ago, but we're here for the long haul, just trying to, give whatever help I can. So yeah, I tried to go into detail on my application. I also think that I'm pretty easy to work with. Lauren and Jack both worked with me on the police review committee, and there are many things that I did not see eye to eye with on members of the committee, but I do think that we had a good working relationship. So there we are.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, so for the Complete Streets Committee, we have three folks up for appointment there, potentially. So John Kim, Nancy Schultz, and Brett Apple. I was just going to see if, are any of them in person? Any of you in person? Nope, okay. And just checking online, are any of you with us through Zoom? I don't see any of them here digitally. So, John, okay. John Kim, would you like to introduce yourself to the council? Tell us about your interest in serving on the Complete Streets Committee.
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is John Kim. I've been a resident of Montpelier for about actually just a year now, but my wife's from Central Vermont in the general area, and we moved here recently and are also looking forward to call Montpelier home for a while. I'm interested in the Complete Streets Committee as just an avid biker and person who chose. We purposefully decided to live in town so that we could take advantage of being in a walkable city, and I'm just very interested in making sure that the city can be a place that is accessible to all, via walking, biking, or whatever methods of getting around without having to rely on cars, both for myself, but for our kids. So yeah, I'd be interested in serving on the committee. I've worked for a long time in kind of corporate sustainability roles, and I'd be interested in kind of being more engaged in the city that I'm living in. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for John Kim? Okay, all right, thank you. And I don't see Jean Leon in person or online, am I correct? I don't see Jean on here. Yes, Jay.
Just to clarify, I don't know if it was a mistake with Jean's application or maybe like the agenda was put together, but Jean was applying for a permanent position on the Development Review Board, and what we're seeing is the Design Review Board.
Oh,
DRB
okay.
is DRB. I know it's super confusing, but
Oh.
I just want to make sure there's some clarity there.
Right, it actually should, like, if it was the design review, it would be the design review
Committee. It should be the
as opposed to-
DRC.
Right.
Anyways,
As
it's
opposed to the
small. I just want to
Thank
make sure
you.
we have some clarity. That's
Yep,
all.
right, he was actually applying to the Development Review Board.
Yes.
Right, thank you. It's a good catch. But I otherwise don't see him on. I think that's correct. All right, so Council, what would you like to do? Jack?
Pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313A3, I move we enter executive session to discuss the appointment of one or more public officers.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? All right, we will be right back. Okay, so we're back in regular session, and I think we're going to do this in parts. Is there a motion, Jack?
I move that we appoint Justin Dressler to the CVPSA board. I worked with Justin on the Police Review Commission, and he did a tremendous amount of work, and I think he will be a tremendous asset to that board.
All right, so a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, is there another motion? Yes, go ahead.
Yep, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint John Kim, Nancy Schultz, and Brett Appel to the Complete Streets Committee. We're thankful for all of their willingness to participate in this and think that they'll bring a lot of value to the process. So,
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And opposed? And regarding the Development Review Board, we just wanted to note that there are actually 3 vacancies, and we're hoping for a larger pool. So Mr. Leon's service as an alternate will continue through at least the summer here, and so we'd like to take that all together. So we're asking staff to reopen that, and so we can hopefully find candidates for all of the positions. All right, so that is that topic. And then, so moving on to the City of Montpelier mask mandate. For this, I assume I'm either going to turn it over to Cameron or to Bill.
Well, we're happy to start it. I think, obviously, the council had asked that we put this on. Most people are aware that the legislature, at the governor's request, provided authority to the local governments to put in local mask mandates with certain limitations. And this is on the agenda for consideration. We have drafted one based on some models we'd seen. Certainly can make any changes that you like. And obviously, you need to determine whether you want to do that. So that's all I have.
Donna, go ahead.
Well, I find the sentence under the requirement to wear face covering confusing. Above it, it says requires indoor inside any building within city limits. But below it, it talks about anybody who enters a public, city-owned facility. So I guess I need to know if it enters any public building and city-owned. I get confused if the public relates to the city-owned or any public building.
So it's intended to include any public building. That was our mandate. That was our order previously. We already have a rule that we've put in place about city-owned buildings. So this is expanding it to any businesses that are open to the public. So if it's not clear the way it's worded, we can certainly try to clear that up.
Yeah, because I saw that as well, and I actually have some alternate language that I would like to propose. I'm going to try to get my Zoom back here. I closed my computer, my Zoom disappeared. Because I think it was the language in the draft emergency order was similar to like an order around like just publicly owned buildings. So let me see if I can get to that. Would you like me to share it? Yeah, sure. That would be great. It's going to take me just a second here to get back. Any other comments just generally about mask mandate while I'm getting myself together here? Okay. So down, this is not the resolution.
Building open to the public.
Yeah.
So I was on the second page.
No, it's under the requirement to wear face covering.
This is the one I found attached.
It's right there. Oh, this is a change then from what's here.
Yeah, so under at least the draft that I have, where does it say this? Oh, right, requirement to wear face coverings. So right now it says effective immediately, any person, whether an employee, a customer, or a visitor who enters a public city-owned facility must wear face coverings over their nose and mouth while inside the building, regardless of their vaccination status. I thought that made it sound like it had to be a city-owned facility. And so I would propose that instead it say, effective immediately, any person, whether an employee, a customer, or a visitor who enters a public or private building that is open to the public must wear face coverings over their nose and mouth while inside of the building. And then I'd add this, and in the presence of others, because that was a clause that we had from our previous draft. Do you remember that? We had to, it was also like in the presence of others. And then continue on regardless of their vaccination status.
So where would you have that? That sounds great. Where would you put that second part?
So after the word building,
Mm-hmm.
so over their nose and mouth while inside the building and in the presence of others.
Thank you.
Yep. And so it strikes the city-owned facility part. Is that clear?
Much better, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Jack.
It might make it less clear to me, because does that mean that if someone enters a building that's open to the public, but there's nobody else there, if they're not subject to the requirement because they're not in the presence of others?
I would think so, right? If you're the only one there, maybe that's okay. I don't know. Lauren, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just remembering the conversation that was mostly due to employees who are in a store working all day, and it's a chance to take a mask off if there's nobody else inside the building. And that was the motivation for it.
Right. Yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
One other, the kind of title of it, I think will be confusing. So wearing face coverings required indoors inside any building within Montpelier city limits, maybe any publicly accessible building within Montpelier city limits. So we're not saying, I know that if you read the details, but if this goes out and people see
like in my home.
In my home, I have to wear a mask.
Right.
So just for some clarity.
Yep.
Maybe we should just say public building rather than public accessible building, because when you start to use the term accessible, it gets into, or it gets people thinking about handicap accessibility.
I would say just any building
Open to the public.
that is open to the public.
Open to the public?
Same.
Okay. Does that work for you, Jack?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's a good point. Any other comments? I'll just say for myself, I am very interested in voting for this. I think this is, especially given where we are at in terms of cases right now, this is something we need to be doing. Jack?
I completely agree. What we are seeing is a continued growth in the number of cases, and it is vital to do what we can to prevent further transmission of this disease that's potentially deadly. And the science tells us that vaccinations and masks are the two things that we can do that are really effective in protecting ourselves and the people we come into contact with. You know, people say, this is my body, my choice, but it's not just my body. It's anyone you run into. You don't know, even if you're willing to take that risk for yourself, you don't know if you're infected, and you don't know if you're exposing someone else who might get a serious case.
Thank you.
Is it possible for us to accept the edits and have it effective as soon as possible?
Yes, it does say effective immediately.
Okay. Even with the edits, we can.
Yeah, you just pass it as amended.
Yeah. Connor?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Exemptions frustrates the essential purpose of the business. is that spelled out anywhere, or is that just sort of discretionary
So,
with the?
so that was language crafted by former council member Richardson. That was in our prior order. And I believe that was intended to allow for when people are eating. That's a primary purpose of a restaurant, that you can't wear a mask while you're eating, or if you're getting your beard shaved, you have to pull
Right,
your
hair
mask
salon
down,
probably,
something
right?
kind of thing. So it was intended to say, yes, you have to have a mask, except for when if it gets in the way of the primary.
I can't think of anything that would be too gray in area, so I think it's probably
Yeah,
fine.
so we just took that exact language from our last order.
And the other question, if state and county buildings are within city limits there, would they fall under this, or are they exempt from it?
Well, I would argue that I would say yes, because the state legislature gave this authority to local government. I don't know that they exempted themselves from it. So, yes.
I agree with that. And I would just end, I agree with Jack there. We followed the science one way on this, and I think we did right last time. I think we got to follow the science when the numbers are ticking up there. And it's unfortunate because I think largely the governor shirked his responsibility on this by opening up civil wars at select boards around the state. But if it's the right thing to do, you do it. So I support this.
Jennifer.
I just would like to say that, wearing a mask is the lowest on the bar that we can do to protect each other. You don't have to be into getting vaccinated, but wearing a mask is super easy and real cheap because you can get them for free.
Right. Go ahead, Lauren, but we do have a couple hands of folks online. Should I go for them first? Okay. All right. Morgan Brown, I see that you have your hand up, and then we'll go to Ann Gilbert. Go ahead, Morgan. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Morgan, do you have anything?
Okay, I was
Go ahead.
waiting to get unmuted. It wasn't letting me talk. All right, Morgan Brown, District 3 resident, Montpelier. I haven't had a chance to read the draft policy. I wasn't aware there was one. It wasn't provided within the agenda. That's a problem in the future. If there's going to be some policy discussed by the city council, voted on, please make it available. It's not easy for some of us to go digging for it wherever it's hiding. Oh, excuse me, wherever it's available, sort of. Anyway, my comment is I support very strongly the mayor's wording, except I have concerns about the line when it comes to the indoor setting in the presence of others. And it's twofold. One, there are businesses and stuff who have a policy that you have to wear a mask when you're in their business. So this line could contradict that and cause confusion. So if you're going to keep that line in there in the presence of others, you need to add a caveat that says unless a business or entity instructs otherwise, something along that lines. The other problem about saying that, well, you don't need to wear a mask. Well, basically, you're saying you don't need to wear a mask indoors unless you're in the presence of others. Some places, they're handling food, and there's food around, like in sauce and stuff and everything. And I think it's just, you got to be more careful about the wording, and I think you want to work on that one a little bit. The other concern I have is when, I don't know what the policy was before, I can't recall, but when it comes to large outdoor gatherings, people not, are in closer proximity than 6 feet apart, I think that's a concern, and I think there should be a policy, you know, unless what the state is saying only applies to indoor and not outdoor gatherings, you know, maybe this is a discussion for another time, but I think, you know, we should be concerned about large outdoor gatherings too, you know, and people might want to be wearing masks there too. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Morgan. And I, particularly on that last point, I mean, I think that's something that we can consider when we get requests for large gatherings. I do want to note, though, that this draft was available, at least digitally on the website is under item 8. So if you go there, you can find the draft that we are discussing.
Well, I saw the agenda, but I didn't see,
Let's-
I didn't
it's-
see
Yep, it's
where
there.
it's available. I'm looking at it right now and I don't see it. I just see that
Okay.
it's on the agenda, but I don't see a link. It's
So
only,
Morgan, Cameron's going to send you directly a link to it.
thank you, but that's after the fact, but thank you.
Ann Gilbert, go ahead, and then we have Tracy Canino.
Hi, thank you. I didn't have a chance to look at the draft, and I can't remember if you mentioned this already. I just wondered if it would be good to have, regardless of vaccination status, listed in there. Is that already in there?
That is in there, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Canino, go ahead, and then Diane Safran.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was able to read the draft, which was great. And to the point about the not in the presence of others for consideration of the council, is even though people don't say it enough, that the virus actually is airborne and it will hang in the air for quite some time, even after someone has left. So you could have a space someone has entered, even if they're the only one, been unmasked, breathing in that space, then leave, and then someone else could come in, assume that they're alone, take the mask off, and be breathing in that space, and still become infected, because the virus, being airborne, will remain in that air unless there is ventilation, which then gets into much more complicated things. But it might be something to consider about that. And I did just want to say, just to state a thank you to everyone in the community who has already been masking, because it's a very quiet kind of a daily kindness that they've been doing for others. And even though, maybe I don't say it to the person when I see them, I certainly appreciate being about in my community and feeling safer, because, I know the masks can feel like an inconvenience sometimes to some people and can be uncomfortable, but the fact that they've decided that the safety of other people and themselves is above a little discomfort for themselves is just a wonderful part of this community. And so I just wanted to actually say thank you to everyone who has been doing that.
Thank you. And actually what your comment is making me think or realize is that that phrase, in the presence of others, in as much as this is difficult to enforce, that part of it is particularly unenforceable, because if someone went in to check, then they're in the presence of someone else. So you would never know, right? Like, taking that part out might not even matter. Anyway, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Dan Safran.
Hi. I'll just put my 2 cents in about that phrase as well. In addition to everything everyone has said, one of the dynamics that comes into play if something like that is in effect is that the onus then is on me to always be on the lookout as I turn a corner in a store, as I walk into another aisle. And this is one of the things that I find most upsetting as I negotiate my way around town is I'm always on guard against my neighbors, my fellow residents here. So I think that's not a good thing. No one wants to catch the virus. We don't want to catch the virus with all these new uncertainties with the changing variants and the uncertainties of how the vaccine is protecting us against these new variants. But not having masking causes, I think, a real crumbling of a sense of community and trust in others. Everyone, as I walk around town, everyone becomes suspect to me or a danger to me or potential danger to me. Where has someone been? Are they vaccinated? Are they positive and they don't know? And that's that's a major source of distress for myself as I walk around. I mean, I'm triple vaccinated, but it's destroying the fabric of my sense of connection to other people here because I can't trust people. The other thing I wanted to mention is that not having a mask mandate forces me to do almost all of my shopping online, except for stores that require masks or do curbside. And, I find it ironic that, some people who are so concerned about the economic well-being of our businesses don't want the mask. I won't go into a store unless it's absolutely essential, as long as there are no mask mandates. So I would be much more comfortable going into stores if there were, because all those other variables don't come into play. The other thing I should say is that we do know that the masks work. I mean, I think about my dentist and doctors, and even before we had the vaccinations, they were relying totally on the masks. And, I know speaking for my own dentist and his office, they have had no problems, and they were relying totally on masks looking into our mouths before anyone was vaccinated. So I just can't see how anybody can question the efficacy of the mask. Another thing that I wanted to mention is, and it's a very serious thing, is that our access to healthcare in the community is being compromised by all those people who are getting COVID and filling up the hospitals because they get sick, when it all could be avoided by wearing masks as well as being vaccinated. So I'm very glad that you're reconsidering this again. I was very happy when you did it last time, before the governor called, as I remember, before the governor declared a state of emergency. So I think you were really on the ball, and it made me feel very proud of the city and comfortable to be in it. So I'm really glad I urge you and support your effort to do it again, so that we stay healthy and the sense of community and common good is strong. So thank you. And I also speak for my husband. He's here, Lou Friedland. We live right here in town.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Lee, I saw you turned your camera on. Did you want to make a comment? We can't hear you yet. No. I think you've got to unmute yourself. There you go. Also, if you would also say your last name for us.
DOW, Dow.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Mask mandated in public venues, although inconvenient and perhaps only minimally effective to prevent transmission of colds and flus, would not offend my sense of freedom of choice. I would consider the requirement a nod to the concerns, fears of my community. Vaccines, on the other hand, I want to make it clear, I am not, anti-vax. I'm fully vaxxed, but mandated vaccine is a more nuanced issue, I think. I personally, I said I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but to require someone to inject a substance into his body, the long-term effects of which are not really yet known, is offensive to my sense of freedom of choice. Had I young children, I would be even more alarmed. I understand the current rhetoric is calling the pandemic of the unvaccinated. And that may be an accurate global description. But in my America, you know, I must have the power to make that decision for myself. I could be, and I'm not talking personally, but someone should have the power to make the decision for himself. He or she or I could be discouraged to think that the welfare of the neighbors, encouraged to think of the welfare of the neighbors of the community, but to require the person to be injected could cost him a job, the possible cancellation of his health insurance, his unemployment insurance possibly, and throw the whole social system into chaos. So those are my thoughts for whatever they're worth.
So just to clarify, Lee, this particular item is not about mandatory vaccinations. It's just about masking in buildings that are open to the public. But just in case that was.
Oh, I thought it was a vaccine mandate too.
This particular item is not that. There's something related to that, I
Which
think.
is also not a vaccine mandate.
Okay, but also not a vaccine mandate. So, but I just wanted to make sure that you and the public are clear about that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And you know, I went directly to folks online. Anyone in person wish to make a comment? Go ahead.
Steve Whitaker, ever the contrarian. While I recognize the potential health benefits of protecting others with a mask or protecting yourself with a mask, and I wear a mask when I go into a store, I don't want to be told where I have to win. I want to use my own judgment. And if I'm too close to people who may or may not be safe, I will put on a mask. But this is like political correctness run amok. It's totally unenforceable, just like we can't enforce our skateboards and bicycles on the sidewalk. We can't enforce our litter ordinance or our no idling ordinance. This is totally unenforceable. You got jurisdiction issues with the state buildings, whether the Capitol Police or the city police are not going to go write tickets for masks. And the state's attorney's already said he's not going to prosecute any of these. So this is really just an exercise in political correctness to alleviate the encouragement of citizens to police themselves and demonstrate consideration for each other. The nanny city instead of the nanny state. How are you going to deal with the folks that are living outdoors who are passing pipes around and passing beers around and refuse to wear masks and then become even more pariah than they already are treated? You know, this is not an enforceable thing. You can do it, you can encourage it. That would be a better resolution. We utmost encourage people to wear masks in any public setting, but to mandate it and then have it unenforceable basically makes a fool's errand out of it. Regarding the notice, you've heard from me for years that the website sucks. It's dysfunctional. It cannot, Morgan couldn't find it. Finding the packet versus finding the agenda. If you want to put a link in every item of the agenda, rather than have the agenda open up another window, which then has some links to some sections, your website is dysfunctional. Replace it. Find a new vendor, but don't just keep telling people they're wrong when they say they can't find something, or they get a different year's, agenda to the homelessness task force or something. It's not their problem. Reading trying to read with a mask on, fogging glasses and if anyone's ever had any hearing issues and needs, most people rely on lip to some degree to, distinguish consonants from vowels. And to basically, you got a lot of people saying, what'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say? Who aren't hard of hearing, but they rely subconsciously on visual cues. So I just think you're way overreaching in a fool's errand.
Thank you. Anyone else in person? Yeah.
I'm Eva Zaret. I live in Plainfield, but I grew up in Montpelier. I'm a public health specialist in social and behavioral sciences, and I have to say, I believe that this is actually an exercise in human decency, and I hope that we wouldn't be looking at one another and making a judgment about whether or not that person is at risk just by looking at them on the outside. I think this is really important to institute a mask mandate, and I would recommend just striking that last bit about whether or not you're around another person. Thanks.
Anyone else? Oh, go ahead, Bill.
Just
Yeah.
had a couple of points of clarification about comments that were made by various people. Number one, the state legislature that created the enabling statute only restricted our ability to regulate indoors. So the comment about whether we should regulate outdoor gatherings or sidewalks or anything like that is beyond the scope of the authority that's been granted to cities and towns. We might want to think about if we're granting permits to an event, that becomes a condition of the permit. But in terms of whether there's protests or any other gathering outside, that is beyond the scope of our ability. Secondly, whether you choose to leave in the presence of others in or not, there's nothing to prevent a private business from enacting whichever regulations that are stronger than this. So even before we were all do this, there have been businesses which have required masks, and they can continue to do so, and they can continue to have more stringent regulations. And then lastly, as the mayor said, there's nothing in here about vaccinations. In fact, all it says is that these apply regardless of your vaccination status.
I see another couple of hands here. Lincoln Earl Centers, go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Lincoln. I live in Montpelier. And I just had a question to sort of throw out for consideration, which is related to for whoever there's tension between public health and personal choice. Diane mentioned the efficacy of masks and how dentists and medical professionals are wearing masks. And that specifically brings up the point that in those situations, one party is wearing a mask, not both parties. And just to put the point out there that there's a difference between mandating that everybody have the same perspective and asking people to not do their personal choice. That I see lots of people around that have heavy duty masks and are obviously concerned, and they're protecting themselves with heavier duty masks. And I just wonder if it has been discussed that balance between, if a dentist is literally working in somebody's mouth, obviously they're not unmasked, or that they're not masked, sorry. And yet we are aware of the fact that that is protective for the wearer. And nobody, of course, is going to be asking anybody not to wear a mask that chooses to wear a mask. So I just bring that up as a point of consideration.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wish to make a comment, either in person or online? Yeah, so Tracy, generally we, try to avoid multiple comments, but if you have something quick to add, that would be okay.
Just wanted to add very quickly that within the past week that several scientific studies had come out about the risk assessment between one person wearing a mask and the different levels of the masks versus an N95 or cloth mask or just surgical masks that allow for air to go around the mask, and versus if both people are wearing or if an individual is wearing, and the risk assessment for that. And it was very clear that both people wearing the masks were better. And if the council would like, I can email the links to those actual scientific articles. So yes, it has been addressed in the scientific community.
Thank you. And I certainly welcome any email about those studies. Thank you. Phyllis Rubenstein, go ahead.
Thank you, and Phyllis Rubenstein from Montpelier. Just to, first of all, I'm fully in favor of having a mask mandate in all public spaces, as you've discussed. And the issue of the dental office. I have been to the dentist many times this year. My dentist's office, not only are they wearing double masks and a clear face shield, they're also in, I don't know what it's called. They put on the clothing, the gear. So they are totally geared up, and the patient has the mask on and is wearing a mask until the patient is actually worked on. And in my dentist's office, she takes the oxygen level, a temperature. So they are extremely cautious, and the patient has the mask off only for the period of time where the work is actually being done. I found so, and I think that it's important for everyone to wear masks, and going to a dental office when you need to have work done is an exception. The same way if you're eating in a restaurant, you take your mask off while you're eating. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead. I know we had more council comments. I'm going to go to Lauren, who had her hand up earlier, and then to Jay. Go ahead, Lauren.
Sure, thanks. So, I mean, first of all, I've become convinced that we could remove the phrase "in the presence of others." So I recommend we do that. I think that makes a lot of sense. So thanks for everyone's feedback. I would just echo the disappointment that the governor's been unwilling to put in a statewide mask mandate, punting it to local officials, but I agree we should move forward with this tonight. I think there's good data from other states with mask mandates that these increase the use of masks, even recognizing enforcement challenges and everything. You know, I think we've consistently tried to follow the science. When we put the mandate in earlier than the state, when we removed it, we were following the science. When we put it in place for the city buildings a couple months ago. So I think, you know, we're doing our best trying to follow the science, and the CDC right now is very clear that if you have transmission at the levels that we have, that they urge communities to have indoor mask mandates. You know, one speaker noted another consideration about health system capacity as another factor that the CDC urges communities to look at when considering mask mandates. And right now, you know, we're seeing the articles about how strained our ICUs are, you know, there's lack of beds, you know, and the stress this is putting on our healthcare workers. And thank you to all of them. Thanks to all of you who are in there. I mean, how it's been so rough, so much appreciation. And, you know, as somebody noted, that everyone with every kind of health condition right now is more at risk if our healthcare system is strained in all these ways. So I think this is the least we can be doing for each other to, you know, be wearing masks to require them. So I will be supporting this tonight.
Go ahead, Jay.
So quickly, I want to echo what Lauren said, and particularly about the what I think is a lack of statewide leadership in terms of having a statewide mask mandate and how that reduces efficacy of what we're trying to do here. So I really appreciate that. And also, I just wanted to add in one point of data, which is I spoke with folks from Montpelier Live a couple of days ago, reached out to them to see if there was a general sense for at least downtown businesses about how we might approach that. And while it was an informal survey, the sense was pretty much at least 2-to-1 that they were in favor of a mandate. So it's not not total consensus. You know, not every business is built the same, but it sounds like there's strong support from our downtown business community around this. So, thanks.
Mayor, can I make very brief?
It's very brief, yes.
Very brief. I would encourage you to think about using your health officer authority and even some of our loan funds, whatever, to offer air cleaning devices. Make sure air cleaning devices, that would be a whole lot more effective than masks in varying businesses. That air cleaning devices, it took a long time to get them into this room, but that would be much more effective than an unenforceable mask mandate. So.
Thank you. All right, Bill, go ahead.
Two more comments. I don't want to drag this out too much longer. Point about enforcement's been made a couple times. I'd note that the statute that the state passed does allow for fines up to $800 for violations. We opted not to include that for trying to give people the opportunity to do the right thing, and also because of demands upon our police and others. We didn't feel like that was going to be the kind of policing we wanted. But I would note that also under the statute, this has to be re-upped after 45 days and every 30 days. So those are the kinds of provisions that could be included in the future if we felt enforcement was necessary. I would hope we wouldn't have to do that. And secondly, just broadly, this is a more of a professional perspective from a higher level, the issue of public choice versus public safety and public health. I just note that all of us every day give up public choice in lieu of public safety when we stop at a stop sign, when we stop at a red light, when people have to go outside to smoke in a restaurant. These are all because they can't smoke in restaurants. Any number of things that government mandates for the public good to protect all of us. And those, for whatever reason, don't seem to get people riled up over their rights. And this does. And I don't understand it. So from my perspective, obviously you're the policymaking board, but the science is crystal clear. And this is a public health issue, and it's not a particularly difficult ask or inconvenient ask to ask of people.
All right, I think we are probably ready to have some kind of a motion, I imagine. Connor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move to adopt the emergency order with the proposed changes tonight, including the last line strike those Lauren said there at the end.
Right, so it does not include the in the presence of others. That's perfectly fair.
So just to be clear for the record,
Yep.
since we've had a lot of conversation, the heading that says wearing face coverings will say wearing face coverings required indoors inside any building that is open to the public within Montpelier city limits. And then under the requirement to wear face covering, it would say effective immediately, any person, whether an employee, a customer, or a visitor who enters a public or privately owned business, a privately owned building that is open to the public must wear face coverings, da, 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 da. Those are the only two changes.
I think that's right. Second, okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And opposed? Okay, thank you, everybody. And I just want to note that I am very grateful for everyone who participated in the discussion. And I just want to note that I think this was the right choice for us to make. And you know, in light that not every community is making this choice. So I think we're doing the right thing for us. All right, and so now we're on to a COVID OSHA policy that is particular to this
Great. So this relates
yeah.
only to city employees. OSHA has issued a regulation for all employers with over 100 employees, which is us, that by January 4, we have to have a policy in place relating to vaccinations and or testing. And I know that's in court, but we are proceeding to follow the regulation. Essentially, the choices that we are given in this is to either mandate vaccinations for all employees or to require those employees who are not vaccinated to wear masks at all times other than eating, and again, when 6 feet apart from someone, and to be tested on a regular basis, at least weekly. So this is a long policy, but essentially that's what it is saying, that it is that you do not have to be vaccinated, but you do need to be masked and regularly tested, and that all employees must show evidence of their vaccine status in order to fall into one of, if you don't present your vaccine card, you must do the testing. And it goes on to talk about how this all works. And we have shared this with employees. We've got some similar comments to what we received tonight about choice. And again, and we've responded similarly. We have about 95% of our full-time employees are vaccinated. So it's a small number that would fall under the testing requirements, but I would certainly urge you to pass this. We have to pass one or the other by January 4.
Any comments on this? Go ahead, Jack.
I move that we adopt the policy as presented.
I'll second it. Okay, motion and a second. Any comments, either from council or the public, in person or online? No comments. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Great. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for bringing this up. All right, so we are up to on presentation or update from the Central Vermont Prevention Coalition. Yeah, so I think there's folks here for that. So I would welcome you up to this table. Yeah, come have a seat. And to be fair, you're going to want to pull that microphone close and and do you have a presentation you want to project?
No, we'll just be speaking tonight.
Okay.
Just real quick, so that we'll
That's
actually
great.
show you to people. Oh, great. There we go. Okay.
Welcome, and if you'd also introduce yourselves.
Sure. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Is that
maybe?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just introduced myself, but I'm Eva Zaret. I'm a public health specialist at Central Vermont Medical Center and a project coordinator for the Central Vermont Prevention Coalition backed by the hospital. This is Dr. Mark Detman. He's an ER physician at CVMC and also the project director at the coalition. And this is Olivia Leclerc. She's an AmeriCorps Vista serving with us this year as a rural community organizer. Yeah, please do.
First of all, as a practicing ER doctor, I'm going to go to work tomorrow morning, and I'm going to go to work tomorrow morning feeling really good about what you all just did. That was sensible, science-based, and very thoughtful conversation and resolution. So I really appreciate it. It's a hellish world out there, or in there. I also just want to mention, you're going to hear about our coalition's work tonight in the area of substance use disorders. But I want you all to be aware that our emergency department, that is your community's emergency department, is doing some extraordinarily progressive and proactive things for people with alcohol and drug problems. Anyone can walk into our ER any time of day, 24/7, and get some real help that starts to get them onto a path for recovery. And they can come in crisis, or they can just come in, walk in and say, I need some help. So that's an extraordinary transition. It's unusual to find in any hospital in this country, and really proud to have that here. And you'll hear more about work we're doing that Eva and Olivia are going to present. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Mayor Watson, we've had the pleasure of speaking with you and introducing ourselves previously, and we're really excited to be in front of the whole council tonight to introduce you to our Substance Use Coalition, backed by the hospital, and to talk to you about ways that we can assist Montpelier and help Montpelier residents who are struggling with their substance use or have an addiction to get into treatment, which is available, and on the road to recovery. But also to talk about primary prevention efforts so that we can delay or mitigate substance use in youth and hope that they don't end up in that situation later in their lives. And one of the ways that we'd like to do that we'll talk to you about in a minute a little bit more is through a broader community forum where we would take this conversation to the community that we'll be having here tonight and expand on some of these points. But first, you should hear a little bit more about who we are, and I'll turn it over to Olivia.
Yeah, so a little bit about us. There are many really great nonprofits and agencies here in Central Vermont that work in the substance abuse realm, including primary prevention, treatment, recovery, and harm reduction, including Ann Gilbert from Central Vermont New Directions, who many of you may know. She's actually on Zoom here tonight. She's our coalition's primary prevention partner, and we meet monthly, and really great initiatives have come from these groups of organizations meeting together.
Yeah, so the coalition has been working together since, I think, 2015, but in 2020, they were awarded, the coalition and the hospital was awarded a 3-year federal grant to address the opioid crisis in particular in central Vermont, including rural central Vermont. So some of our work is taking place in Barre and Montpelier, but also out into places like Worcester and down into northern Orange County, like Washington and Orange. So we're reaching out into all of the small communities. And the opioid crisis, as everyone knows, has always been serious, but it is currently at a level that the country and the state and central Vermont and Montpelier have never seen before. I have some stats here. The most recent data that we have available to us from the health department goes through August of this past year. Statewide, 129 people have died so far. At the same time last year, 104 people have died, and fewer the year before and fewer the year before. So the deaths are increasing every year. Here in Montpelier, through those official numbers, and they lag about 8 weeks from the health department, there haven't been any official deaths reported, although we've heard tonight that anecdotally there are some that may end up being officially declared later as data becomes available to us. But the point is that it doesn't matter what the life conditions were that led to somebody using substances and developing an addiction. At that point, it becomes a medical condition, and we need people to know that there are treatments available that are really effective, that we can help them get into, that will bring them to the road to recovery. But that it's not enough to just address this issue. We have to work with our kids to make sure that we're implementing primary prevention activities that are going to just keep them from even beginning on that road in the first place. And we have a lot of ideas, and we have the resources to help make this happen. And as we know, kids are struggling right now during COVID with mental health, and mental health and substance use often go hand in hand. And so we think that although things are really difficult right now and working with schools who are so swamped is so hard, this is such a critical time that we really need to be doing something. So, like I said, we have the ideas and we have the resources. Some of these include work directly in schools, like training school nurses to be able to do screenings to assess whether or not a child might be at risk and be able to direct them to some resources. But it also means building a community where kids feel that they matter to their community and that they're busy doing things that bring them joy. We were really happy to hear that this hub idea that's coming that might be bringing some sort of sports and physical activity that kids can get involved in. But we also want to make sure that there's space for kids that are not into sports to be engaged, after school, whether that's a maker space or even working after school in a job. So these kinds of things are evidence-based. They've been replicated in other countries like Iceland, which in some ways not so different from Vermont. And we can help make these things happen. I'd like to turn it over to Olivia now, who's going to talk a little bit more about our Ask About a Community Forum, because we really feel that going to each community and understanding what their priorities are is going to be critical for any of these to really be successful.
Yeah, so our request for tonight is that we'd really like to have some time with your community to start conversations about substance use and building a healthy community. We're actually doing this community forum idea in Northfield in January. It's going to be virtual and in person, and it's going to be held at the library community room. And so this will be the first of many that we plan to do around the county. So however something like this gets set up, we plan to bring in experts to talk about the substance use and ways that we can also help shape initiatives that people in your community want to be involved in and help out with. So our questions for you are really, how you see something like this taking place in Montpelier, whether where it is and how this can really become a reality. We really would like to have this in mid-February. That's like, if that's possible. And we'd be happy to answer any other questions or be pointed to a point of contact person who could help us with this project. But yeah, that's our thoughts.
Thoughts or questions? Go ahead, Jennifer.
Have you all reached out to any of the local nonprofits that are working with community members that may be in your demographic?
Can you repeat that last part you said?
Yeah, have you reached out to any nonprofits that are local that are working with community members that may be falling into this demographic for you? Have you reached out to any yet?
Yes, we have a membership of about 30 local nonprofits in our coalition. So if you've heard of them, they're likely a part of the Central Vermont Prevention Coalition and have been for years. Yeah, and it's span.
Law enforcement,
microphone.
justice involved folks.
Yeah, so what Dr. Detman is saying is that in addition to the people that work in treatment and recovery, like the Turning Point Center, we have Vermont Cares, who's harm reduction focused, but we also have representation from Montpelier Police Department, Good Samaritan, the Youth Services Bureau.
Have you reached out to Downstreet?
Downstreet is a member
Okay,
of our
great.
coalition, actually.
And the Family Center?
And the Family Center,
Great, that's
yeah.
where I work. That's why I was
Oh,
wondering.
yeah. Yeah, so we have a really broad representation, which is really unique for a coalition like ours, and critical, because that's the only way that we can make sure that people don't fall through the cracks, as if we're building up the connections between sectors that are often siloed. Did you want to add something? Okay. And we have a whole list of we should provide that to you, and it should be listed on the one pager that we sent out. All the logos are listed, so yes.
So I'd just say on behalf of our staff that we'd be happy to assist with this. We're always, this is a high priority for us, as you mentioned, the police department, and I know our EMTs work with this community a lot, unfortunately, at the sad end of that a lot of the times. And so I'm not sure, you could contact me or Cameron Niedermeyer, assistant manager. We'll do a team meeting tomorrow morning after this meeting and debrief, but we'd be happy to help set that up. I know our Community Justice Center in the past has helped do these kinds of forums. So by all means, we can help, partner with you to put something like this on in the community.
That's
figure out where and
fantastic.
when and who and all that.
Thank you so much. They're also a member of our coalition.
The Justice Center?
That's good to know.
Yeah, so just go to them.
Connor.
Thanks so much for the good work you folks do. It's really good to hear about it. One way you may want to go is we're trying to sort of stay away from just posting something on Front Porch Forum and hoping that good things happen, So what we did was the Mayor's Initiative established the capital area neighborhoods there, which have organizers embedded in each neighborhood in Montpelier. So it'd definitely be worth sitting down with them because they have their own email lists. I think they've even been known to do some canvassing, and they might have some good ideas of their own to help generate turnout for them. So we can put you in touch with them.
That's great. Yeah, thank you so much.
Also, I don't know if the schools if you're interacting with the schools very much. Anyway, I have contacts I feel like I can connect you with folks at the school who would be pertinent to the topic. But also, I just want to come back to the point that you made about the work that's been done in Iceland. I've done some reading about the work there in terms of prevention and have been very impressed with the results, really, but also, the logical, I guess it seems logical in hindsight. You're like, oh, right, of course you'd want to engage students in the, these kind of alternate, stress relieving activities. And so how can we, speaking as a teacher also, how can we be providing those kinds of opportunities for students? Anyway, something that I'm very interested in as well. So
thank you.
Yeah. Any other thoughts or comments?
So we really appreciate the support, and we'll be reaching out for some contact information and next steps.
Great.
All right,
Super.
Thank you
for
so
all you're
much.
doing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for sure. Okay. So next on our agenda is the water resource recovery facility. I am guessing that we should probably take a break now. Sorry. Because we would normally be taking a break at around 8:30. And I think this conversation may last longer than that.
may.
So, maybe. Anyway, so let's take a 10-minute break. It's 8:10 right now. We'll be back at 8:20, and we'll jump in with the water resource recovery facility presentation, which I am looking forward to. So, great. Thank you. 8:21 here, so we're coming back.
Here
Oh,
it comes.
and there's Jack, okay. Wait till- Okay, so we are coming back from our break, jumping in with the Water Resource Recovery Facility presentation on solids drying. So welcome. You can, introduce yourselves and take it away.
Sure, thank you. My name is Engineer. My right hand is Cox. He's the chief operator of the Water Resource Recovery Facility. And on my left is Colin O'Brien. He is the project manager for the engineering firm we've been working with, Brown and Caldwell, to develop this project. So tonight we're here to talk about the wastewater or water resource facility phase 2. Just to refresh everyone's memory, the phase 1 project was completed in June of this year. So it's been about 6 months of operating the facility with the upgraded equipment. As part of that project, the plant now has the ability to take in high-strength organic waste. And as a result of the high-strength organic waste, we are making, in the digester improvements, the equipment improvements at the plant, we're making a lot more methane. So probably a lot of folks may have noticed the flare off the interstate. So a lot of times, when, particularly in the summer months, we are flaring that methane. This 2 project is really looking at a beneficial use to capture that methane and utilize it. We are utilizing the methane in the winter months for heating the buildings, but there is the summer month offset, which currently, which is really the project is look at fully utilizing that methane we're producing. So just an overview of the discussion items for tonight. First is the biosolids. Why this is.
It's just temperamental. Actually, while we're paused here, I don't think the presentation is going through to Zoom. Yeah, it's not coming up on the share. Actually, I'm not sure if that. You'll just have to hit share screen.
It's only coming in now, like.
Oh, well, we could, the. Oh. Hold on.
You gotta give it permission.
Sorry, Kurt. Now you gotta go back to your,
There
through your
we go.
many layers.
All right, we got it. Super, thank you.
Okay. So items for discussion tonight is the biosolids dryer, which I mentioned, the benefits of that project, other plant upgrades that are needed currently, the cost assessments for the upgrades at the plant, opportunities for funding, and a review of the combined heat and power alternative project for utilizing the methane. So that I'm going to turn it over to Colin.
Stand up and talk if that works. Hi, everybody. Like Kurt said, I'm Colin O'Brien. I'm the project manager, work with a consulting firm called Brown and Caldwell. I work here in Vermont, New England, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire. I've worked with staff on the council and the member for having me this evening, as well as the public, to join us. I'm going to go through a few portions of more of the technical content here, so I will not try to dive deeply into the details, but keep it as a level so that everybody can be informed about what we're talking about here. And before I do that, I do just want to commend the city staff, the DPW staff, working through this project have been very collaborative, and you should be proud of the water resource recovery facility that you guys own and operate. With that, there were 3 technologies that we looked at as part of this evaluation: a rotary drum dryer, a belt dryer, and a paddle dryer. So these are all various different technologies of varying cost up there and on the screen share. you'll see there's some data regarding some of their minimum throughput, which comes into play here at Montpelier. Some of these technologies cannot handle the small amounts of sludge that sometimes get generated here. They're mainly intended for larger municipalities. For example, the MWRA in Boston has drum dryers, so that is not something that we would thoroughly consider here in Montpelier. What we did land on, mainly for its efficiencies, its safeties, and if you see on the bottom, those pictures are of what we call Class A product. So that's what comes out of the dryer. That's your finished product. We landed on an indirect fired belt dryer as our solution. And the main reason, as we're looking at the three of these options up here, is, as Kurt noted, is we're trying to utilize excess methane that's being generated at the WRRF. So with that, we also needed to select the technology that's capable of utilizing that methane, or what you'll see indirectly, hot water from methane consumption, in the safest manner, in the most efficient manner, to help meet 2030 sustainability goals. You want to go to the next slide, Kurt? So as I mentioned, the alternative that we ended up laying on was an indirect hot water belt dryer. Staff and myself did go visit installed locations in the United States. A big thing for me is if we're going to recommend a technology, if we're even going to consider it, we really need to go and see it so that the people that are going to be operating this and dealing with it day in and day out are comfortable with it, and it's been established as a proven technology. One really important thing for the WRRF staff was that we could run this automated. The rest of the plant is very automated. So they can dewater your sludge currently without anybody being there. The operators have the availability to log into a laptop and view the plant's current operations. That was very important so that we did not have a huge impact on staffing with whatever technology is considered. The third priority was to produce a Class A product. Now, Class A product, in terms of EPA, allows this for beneficial reuse as an option. It does not mandate that that is how the sludge has to be handled, but it puts you into that category, which it opens your uses for managing the solids. We also wanted to utilize existing hot water boilers for primary loop. So as Kurt talked about, I'm going to go back to that. We want to reuse excess methane. The easiest, safest way to do that is low temperature hot water boilers, which the plant already has several of. So we had come up in concept with some ways that we can modify existing hot water loops. And when I say hot water, I'm talking less than 220 degrees F, that would be able to generate the heat and allow for the drying process to occur. It had the lowest operational complexity of all the options that we went to, which made sense, being that some of the technologies are intended for much larger facilities. And we were able to size the unit in the footprint that I'm going to show out on the next slides for 25 wet tons per day. And what that means is that is the maximum peak solids loading that we see at the plant. So essentially, we wanted to make sure something could be sized to fit to meet all your sludge needs on the site with the constraints that we have. And one other benefit, as I kind of already mentioned, is we're going to replace one of the existing oil burners with a combination oil methane. So that was a project benefit as well. The next slide. So this is what the layout looks like on the left-hand side of the page. That red box, that denotes where the dryer building is going to be. You'll see there's an electrical room in there. We also had to accommodate between the DPW building and this back side of the plant here, allowance for a vac truck to get in there to be able to maintain the existing infrastructure that you recently installed under the phase 1 project. Under note 2, I believe, it denotes the cake pump and other items that we're trying to reuse existing space within the dewatering building. So we need to figure out, and what we did figure out, is how to convey cake from your existing assets to this new facility. And there is space in the existing dewatering room to accommodate that. And then the bullet on the right is describing where the new hot water dual fuel boiler will be installed to replace and repurpose where an existing dual fuel boiler is.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Cake to me means something else.
Okay, not
What does cake
so not birthday cake, unfortunately, because if the treatment plant made that, we would have no issues. So cake is what we refer to as solids that are dewatered, take the water out, that are less than 50% total solids. So Chris can run tests in his lab to determine the percent solids in it. So we call cake the dewatered product.
Okay, thank you.
Any other technical items that I might have underexplained? Okay. I'll turn it back to Chris.
As Kurt mentioned, my name is Chris Cox, Chief Operator of a Water Resource Recovery Facility. I'm going to touch on the project benefits. The goal is to sell this product right from the start. We're targeting a 30-mile radius. Initially, we will use a third-party resource management company to manage the dried product. If a robust enough market for the material is established, the city will eventually be able to manage their own product and reduce costs further. Another benefit is reduced solids disposal volume and associated reduction in trucking. Currently, we manage roughly 3,800 tons of solids. With the dryer, we'll reduce that down to about 1,300 tons to manage. That will reduce yearly by 75% and reduce CO2 emissions, from associated trucking by 78%. The dryer creates a Class A biosolids, as Colin had mentioned, that has expanded alternatives for beneficial use. Soil amendment is one. It adds nutrients and carbon and is used as a greenhouse gas storage as you put the carbon into the soil. Land restoration, examples, mine reclamation and Superfund sites. And currently A&R and DOT are working on getting approval for the use of state and private companies to use as a manufactured topsoil. It also provides a balanced utilization of methane, demand for drying during lower heating demand months. Solids from increased municipal sludge receiving during the summer and shoulder months when the facility and digester heating demands are at their lowest. In other words, there will be increased demand for biogas to dry. There will be an increased demand for biogas to dry biosolids during the warmer months, minimizing flaring. Dewatering the biosolids, drying the biosolids will provide a step to potential PFAS destruction paralysis. Biosolids first need to be dried before the pyrolysis process can strip out PFAS compounds from the solid byproduct. This dryer aligns with core functions of the resource recovery facility, recovering renewable resources out of the waste stream and utilizing those resources for beneficial reuse. Talking about biogas usage and Class A biosolids for beneficial reuse. Additionally, not on here as a bullet point, but it will also reduce the generation of landfill leachate. We would stop trucking dewatered sludge that is 75% water to the landfill. A few of the project benefits. Now on to the next slide. We have additional facility upgrades and challenges. Odor issues have increased since the completion of the Phase 1 project. The city is under directive from DEC to take corrective actions. Potential causes are increased septage and high-strength waste receiving, along with the addition of air handling in the dewatering building since the completion of Phase 1. The city has been in discussion with the ESG concerning odor issues, and DPW will be proposing another engineering amendment with Brown and Caldwell to evaluate the facility's odor profile and provide a solution. Secondary clarifiers are the last of the aging infrastructure improvements that need to be addressed. It was not addressed in the Phase 1 project. Essential to the wastewater treatment process, the two secondary clarifiers were installed in 1978, over 40 years ago, and are well beyond their expected useful life. It is about 50%. We're projecting roughly 80% loading. That means that there'll be minimal oil use, minimal fuel use required at projected loadings. Working with Brown and Caldwell, DPW is confident that by reducing air exchanges in the dewatering building through the use of an odor control system, the building's heating demands in the winter will be lowered enough so as not to need supplemental fuel oil. Also, as a secondary benefit, odor control is, also a secondary benefit is odor control on a building suspected of contributing to the recent increase of odor at the facility. Another, talking about challenges, we're also very considerate of high inflation, as you are all aware of, and cost escalations in the current market. And as one more challenge, is the addition of a septic storage, the additional septic storage needed for selected dryer size. Currently, the facility has a 50,000 gallon septic holding tank and a 50,000 gallon leachate holding tank that are side by side. The dryer project will create the need for additional septic storage to level out receiving peaks during the day and to avoid the need to purchase a larger dryer with higher throughput. It will require an in-house project that can be done by DPW to combine the septic and leachate receiving tanks together to double the size of the storage to 100,000 gallons. And there is additional tankage on site that can be used for leachate receiving.
All right, thank you, Chris. So now into the economics first on the dryer itself. So on projects like this, we often look to the payback period of the equipment purchased. So really, that is a combination of the debt service cost, the operating costs. So for the dryer, the operating costs are disposal, the disposal of the dried solid material, and then also there will be times when the dryer is down for maintenance. So we'll have, we anticipate some need for non-dried solids disposal, fairly small. We do have an additional fuel use carried in this estimate. Like Chris mentioned, as part of the phase 1 project, in order to bring the watering building up to code, we significantly increased the amount of times the air circulated from inside the building to outside the building. And as a part of that, that created a much larger heating demand. So this oil use is projected in the winter months, but if we are able to, which we do feel confident we will be, but we haven't done the engineering yet to verify it, if we can reduce those air exchanges by connecting the dewatering equipment to odor control, we don't think that this oil use will actually be necessary. And then there is an electrical demand. There's fans and pumps associated with the drying process. And then the maintenance fee will have some outside maintenance costs. So if you add all those up, we've got an annual cost of the machine of about $30 and a debt of $10,000 approximately. The alternative is we don't do anything, and we have a number here, $889,000 for what we're looking at solids disposal costs in 10 years. This project, this equipment estimated the last 20 years. Midterm, we're expecting, assuming that we pay market rates and fill, either through the end of leachate or Casella potential on-site treatment. We're expecting that we'll pay market rate. So in 10 years with escalation, that rate is $191 per wet ton. And it also calculates for our full build out the plant on that full receiving potential currently. The 3,600 wet tons we're managing now that Chris gave you, that's our current level, but once we're fully receiving the capacity of the plant, we expect that to be 4,600 wet tons a year. So that 889 is a combination of the 191 multiplied by the 4,600 wet tons, which we're expecting to hit in 10 years. So that's like the middle of the project. So you compare the two, summing up operational capital costs compared to what will happen if we do nothing, what we expect will happen if we do nothing. We'll pay this equipment off in 18.9 years, 19 years roughly. The items on the bottom are just sort of back up to how these numbers were derived. So moving on to the overall project costs, we really break this into three components. The first of the dryer, which I just discussed, the capital cost construction bid, about 10.2 million, and then with engineering, construction, and final design services, looking at $11.6 million project cost. The secondary clarifiers, our last piece of aging equipment. It's really needed for long-term reliability of good quality effluent, which we hold very important. It's core function as a water resource recovery facility. The project total with engineering is 1.8 million, and then odor controls we discussed. It is related to the dryer project with the air exchanges in the dewatering building. This assumes we have to replace the existing odor control at the facility, which is where the receiving, where we take in the high strength waste. Very old piece of equipment. It may not be appropriate. We're still evaluating odors associated with organic waste. It was at the time it was built, we did not take in that waste stream. This is sort of treat odors both watering issue. So total project cost of 16.4 million for the full upgrade. So the other side, now is a great time to do a big project. There is more funding than I've ever seen in my 15 years here at the city. So we have been, the officials at USD told them about a week ago. They are really encouraging us. Well, I shouldn't say that. They said there is an opportunity for increased funding through a larger combined project. It sounds, my understanding is that the bigger the project, you get a grant scaled to the size of the project. So there's opportunities through USDA, which funded phase one. There's opportunities through the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund, which is already providing 50% subsidy on the design work that we're doing. We will be applying for, assuming this project goes forward, a pollution control grant, which also funded the phase one project, which is really geared around solids management. The new opportunity is the ARPA funding, which we've already gotten one grant for our CSO project, and this is also potentially a fund through program. And one thing we were advised to consider is combining the actual ballot item on the bond with the East State Street reconstruction project. And again, that would allow USDA to look at the project as a single, really a single project for from a funding purpose. Obviously, there'd be separate construction contracts bid separately, but again, you get the economy of scale if we were to do that. We do have to, run that by legal. I'm not sure if that is allowable, but it's something we want to consider and just get folks thinking about. So just to recap on the other alternative for utilizing methane, back in May, we did a presentation to the council about the opportunity to do combined heat and power at the plant. There was a project development agreement with the Energy Systems Group, who oversaw the phase one project, which I should note, the phase one project was very successful. I think we definitely made the right move on that. Essentially that That project had really no rate impact outside of what was planned in the master plan, which was really just a $3.5 million project. So, just very happy with that project, and that's setting us up to do, something great on the back end through the methane production. Some challenges with the CHP is for the power sale agreement, you have to have 50% food waste. We are hitting that right now. We're about 60%, but our digesters are not fully loaded. We're about 50% capacity. Our projections for the economics of the drying project, the biosolids drying project, estimates at an 80% capacity. ESG has assured us that we will get there and soon. The phase 1 project, the guarantee actually starts next week. So that guarantee is only a 60% loading on the organics, but there is an incentive for ESG even to just maximize that to pay to meet their guarantee as soon as possible. 20-year term. If they exceed the guarantee levels on an annual basis, that can be used to count against future years. So another challenge with the combined heat and power, at guarantee levels at that 60% loading, it did have a cash negative impact on the city. It was roughly a $3.4 million negative at 60% loading. At 90% loading of the digesters for high strength organic waste, there was a small, there was a financial upside of about $600,000 over the 20-year term. Another challenge is there really is not a lot of grant opportunities for funding the CHP project. If we were to move forward with this and we wanted USDA funding at least, they would require a rebid, even if we went with an energy service contractor in order to be considered for funding. But even with that, it is a challenge to fund power production projects through USDA funds. A benefit is this project is shovel ready. We have all the permits for CHP. We have the power sale agreement. We have the certificate of public good. All the legwork has been done for this project, but we're starting to run up against the timeline. So if we're going to move forward and complete this project within the terms of our power sale agreement, we really need to make a decision, within, by the end of the year. It would have to be complete and built by December of 2023 in order to meet the power sale agreement terms. So our recommendation is to proceed with final design on the biosolids dryer, the economics, and long-term price stability and renewable opportunities that presents. We feel like that's the best project. We also advise that we include the secondary clarifiers and the odor control, which the odor control is a permit requirement. So really don't feel that's an option not to do that. So we recommend moving forward with final design on all 3 items, submitting grant funding applications to all the available entities, and plan for bond warning, potentially combined with the East State Street ballot item pending legal review, and move forward with these projects. And that is it.
Right, so first, any questions from council? And I think, I know there was at least one person from the public who had asked about commenting or asking a question during this time, but we'll start with the council here. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thanks, Kurt. I'm looking at pages 8 to 9 of the the cost estimate pages. Are the the cost of secondary clarifiers and odor control laid out on page 9? Are those included in the cost evaluations laid out on page 8? or are those in addition?
Correct. No, those are in addition. So the biosolids dryer was looked at independently as it's not an essential function, whether through permit compliance or, standard treatment plant reliability.
But you anticipate that those both would be needed or recommended regardless of whether we go forward with the biosolids dryer program?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Lauren, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a few questions. One, just around the biosolids. So, like, is this cost estimate assuming that we're going to be selling and finding a useful market for the Class A? See, like, which line item that was built into, if it is?
Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that. So we do have an actual cost proposal for Class A management through a company called RMI. That's where these numbers were generated. We're actually be paying disposal fees initially. Like Chris mentioned, I think once we sort of establish the markets and there's discussion of writing biosolids use into the VTrans specs for topsoil. If that were to happen, which seems fairly would not need that service through RMI, but we did carry it for the 20-year term. So we're actually paying for the dried material disposal, which is written on that sheet.
Okay, thanks. I mean, because I know, like, I was talking to someone in Maine and they're pursuing like a ban on land application of biosolids. And like, I know I've heard that talked about in the committee rooms here and stuff. So I just want to make sure we're not locking ourselves into a price structure that's assuming we're going to have a profitable market, knowing the contamination issues and all of that. So it sounds like that's built into what we're seeing, is not assuming a profit piece around that.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, great. One, just a couple other questions. Does the intake of leachate volume, knowing obviously that's been a very active conversation, how would that play into it? So if, for example, we decided to stop taking it in a year, are we building this to a certain scale or somehow kind of getting locked into a structure that makes it more difficult to operate it at peak, operation or something because of the leachate being part of that system?
Yeah, so leachate really has very minimal impact on the production of solids. It's primarily the high-strength organic waste and the septage. We are assuming that the city will not be taking leachate through this. Like Chris talked about, unless it's treated from PFAS, as discussed at an earlier meeting. Like Chris discussed, we would need to convert the existing leachate tank to septage storage in order to fit the sizing of the belt dryer. But we would have an opportunity to repurpose an existing tank that's not currently used if the city were to decide to take treated leachate. But yeah, as far as the sizing or solids production, there's really no impact from leachate.
Great, thank you. Just a couple more. Sorry, I don't know. I have so many questions about our wonderful water resource recovery facility. On the fossil fuel use, so I know that was something that the Energy Advisory Committee had some questions about, so it sounds like there's like at least a hope that the system design would either like really minimize or eliminate the fossil fuel use, but there's some, like it could result in some usage. I guess are you feeling pretty confident knowing we've got our net zero goal and all of that? Like, I would just love to better understand like a little bit more about that piece.
Yeah, I'll pass this one to Colin, the technical side.
So currently, right now, the dewatering building, which is one of the larger structures at the plant, 12 air changes an hour. So if you think about that whole volume, because of NFPA classifications for the equipment, the materials that's being handled in there, that building needs to get air changed 12 times an hour. In the middle of December, January, February, March, I guess we'll say April too, that's a lot of heat for a big building. So what we looked at and what Kurt was presenting on is to meet those NFPA codes, we can classify that space to 4 changes in air per air changes per hour when it is unoccupied. So for the safety of operators, it's going to be 12 air changes an hour when it's being occupied. But for the majority of the evenings, right, which ends up being a larger portions of the day, and when the temperatures are colder, that building is unoccupied. So we did evaluate the difference in those heat loads, assuming the same building, no insulation improvements, and that's where we came up with the reduction that came to what that fuel consumption was the BTU value was equivalent of that. So that's why we put the placeholder in there, still saying that it was, but if the improvements are made, and to be honest with you, these are really just programming improvements. We don't need to build anything. It's changing the systems and how they operate. Little lengthy, sorry.
Great, that's helpful. Um, Just two more, sorry. So filtration, I'm just thinking about the potential opportunity, knowing with the federal grant funding and their specific line item in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, I believe, that was tied to PFAS contamination. I think Montpelier would have a great case to try to get a grant-funded filtration system to address PFAS and other contaminants as the one of leachate in the state right now. Is there any either benefit or opportunity you see if we are doing a bigger bond to look into that? And or on the flip side, if it's not included here, are there any challenges that this design and project creates to installing that, like with space constraints or anything else? Just curious if this is like precluding or an opportunity around the filtrations.
Okay, so we mentioned PFAS a few times already. So PFAS is in 2 different states, as far as we know, at wastewater treatment plants or resource recovery facilities, in the effluent and the biosolids. Right now, EPA and through our DEC does have regulations on what we need to do for that. So as far as filtration needs, there are technologies available. We would most likely at the site want to site it physically closer to where UV disinfection is, essentially after all of your clarification and treatment has happened, and the only thing left to do would be to take out the PFAS or remove the PFAS and then disinfect it to discharge it into the river. I would say the unfortunate part when you ask about PFAS and you talk about biosolids is EPA has not sanctioned a method that is acceptable to test or treat biosolids. There's a lot of technologies out there currently that have claims, but those aren't sanctioned, approved treatment disposal methods by EPA. But what a lot of the other communities in New England that we're working with, specifically, we've already talked about Maine too, that we're working with, are seeing drying as a first step in this, right? This is a volume reduction, a risk reduction. It doesn't eliminate it. I think we can all fairly say that with drying. It doesn't remove the PFAS, but it eliminates and opens up to other options of how we can manage this risk, because at the end of the day, the WRRF can't close the pipe off and not take in any more influent. So this would be considered a first step as far as the solids treatment of managing PFAS in the solids.
So I guess my question though is, we had heard from A&R and Casella that there's like technologies that could be installed on site. So this is like separate. I'm more thinking of a bigger facility bond that is addressing other issues beyond the biosolids project. Is this making it harder to install? I don't know if it's reverse osmosis or like, do you see any? No, there's no.
Yeah, so like Colin mentioned, the dryer will be kind of on the solid stream of the plant, whereas the liquid stream PFAS treatment would be sort of at the end. So as far as physical location of it, of a filtration system, yeah, it would not be in the same location. It wouldn't work where the dryer is going.
And you're not proposing to do it now. I know you said cost was the biggest, if I heard you correctly, to not just.
We hadn't planned to do that project at this time. We don't know what the regulatory requirements will be, so it's kind of waiting to see at what level do we have to treat to. It's a little bit hard to sort of size something. Obviously you'd want to get to as close to zero as possible, but I feel like it's a little bit early. personally, but I mean, I'm not, certainly if there is funding available and we could get a grant for it, I would support that. It just might, slow down the work that we just discussed. Because it would be kind of starting over for another evaluation through engineering, and there's 3 steps. There's preliminary engineering, final design, and construction. We're sort of through the majority of the preliminary engineering on these upgrades, but I certainly am definitely open to looking into that funding option.
Right. Just one about the combined heat and power. Do you like? Is that saying, right, that the core like negative to that is the economics, which is what interested you in looking at the biosolids? Like, if knowing, for example, that the state just adopted a climate action plan, they committed a bunch of money to climate action. Like, so if funding did become available, it sounds like there's a lot more funding available on the biosolids right now. I mean, is there any benefit to seeing what funding might be there? Or, I mean, do you just see this as just fundamentally a good way to go regardless of kind of funding streams? Like, I feel like originally it was like because of the funding issues around the electricity, but if we've got the permitting and all of that, I guess just like what's the case for doing this versus the electricity if there was a funding that became available, although like recognizing we probably wouldn't know that for a number of months.
Right. So part of it is the timeline. Right? So we would kind of have to move forward relatively quickly in order to meet the deadlines for the power production. But really, I think kind of what Chris and I like about the project is that we are using a renewable energy to create a renewable material that is otherwise landfilled. So the landfill, and we have one in Vermont, has a finite capacity, and we are sending 3,600 tons there every year. So I think if we think about what is the best long-term benefit. The other thing is we're not really in the power business. It's a little bit of a stretch for us to. It would have to be completely outsourced, all the operations of the generator. It doesn't really tie into core function of wastewater treatment, like managing the solid stream from a plant. So I think it ties in better. I think long-term price variability. If land application of wet biosolids class B or unclassified biosolids goes away, the market for disposal could really skyrocket. So there's stability through doing a project like this where we're managing our own waste stream that has long-term benefits, I believe.
Thank you. Very last one. So knowing that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act has like a ton of water project money, including things like this, if we move forward with a bond on this March, does that make it harder to get any of that grant money? Like if it's been approved by voters, or are you still able to apply for a project that's like mid-process?
Yeah, so because we're going through the state Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund, we expect that additional funding will be administered by the same program. And so we're following sort of the rules to be eligible for all of this funding. It's essentially, we expect to have the same rules associated with it. As long as the money is released before we go to construction, which is going to be sometime. This is probably 2.5. Well, it's probably at least a year before we go to construction. The equipment takes a year to order, or to be manufactured. So at least 2.5 years before we'd be online with this project. So I do think we would be in good position for future funding as well.
Great, thank you.
Other questions from council? As opposed to like opinions. We'll get to opinions in a little bit. Yes, Connor.
Yeah, I think I asked last time, Kurt, but our understanding is this would trigger the responsible employer ordinance that we passed in 19, since it's over the 200.
Yes.
All right, I'm a zealot on that thing.
I have a question about, I think this is really maybe a question for later potentially, but I'm just thinking about our debt service and our debt service policy and wondering where this puts us. I sort of assume that the even though this is a part of like the water sewer fund generally, that it would still count against us, so to speak, in terms of debt service. And so I just wonder where this would, I mean, you know, maybe we get a whole bunch of grants. That's wonderful. Maybe we don't know if we've gotten the grants before we need to go to a bond. And so that puts us at something like $12 million, if I am not mistaken, you know, based on the total project and what we have left over from the last one. So anyway, I'm just conscious of that and know that that's something that I will want to revisit when the time comes, especially because, I mean, we're looking at other bonds potentially as well, you know, combine that with East State Street. And who knows what other else bonds we will decide to include. So I'm not sure that that's a question right now. I just want to raise it as a concern. That's all.
So I could tell you, we've given a lot of thought to that.
Okay,
You know, we
okay.
understand that concern, and I think we'll be prepared to talk about that in more detail. I don't know whether it's tonight when we do the bond section or next week when we get into these further, but it's definitely a concern. And I think the flip side of, so the good news is it's our policy, it's not a requirement, so we can try to make it work. But I think more importantly is, you know, a project like this is large and then it's done for a long period of time. You know, it doesn't necessarily,
Right.
you know, parse out. So one of the things I think we were going to look at is if we were to do this, then how long before we would sort of get back into compliance and, you know, bond again under the water and sewer part. So I know Kelly's put a lot of work into this also while trying to finish the budget. So we're juggling a lot of things right now.
So it's on your radar.
It's on our radar,
Okay,
definitely.
good. Okay. Great. Other questions from council? Yeah, go ahead, Donna.
I'm gathering from your recommendations, you would like to leave here today with a direction of either that we're moving forward with the intention of bonding with more information from staff. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, that would be helpful. We're, in order to sort of be ready, if we want to, you know, go to construction next summer, you know, we need to move towards the final design. So,
Donna, if I could jump in here.
go ahead.
I think obviously if you're ready to support a bond right now, great. I mean, that would be, I think the goal tonight was to introduce, you know, we owed you this presentation. We're gonna do it in November. This was the follow-up that we promised. Wanted to make sure you had a chance to digest the information, ask questions, understand the scope, size, scope, and scale. And we're meeting next week for a budget workshop. And, you know, later, the next item, we're going to be going through the budget. We do have other bonds to talk about, so presumably we'll be giving some conversation then. I guess, you know, sort of one of these things like, if you really don't want to do this, and that's clear, tell us now. But I'm presuming that, you know, next week is fine. We've got to it's still going to be warned in March, so through the budget process over the next couple of weeks, we can reach a decision. But we just want to make sure that we've had a chance to really acquaint you with this in
Right, so
detail.
tonight I could say, I really support this, and I want you and Kelly to do your magic to make it possible.
You certainly could say that.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, the recommended action is provide authorization to proceed with project development. So.
Yeah, you slipped that one.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, so the bond warning would need to happen in January for a March vote. So it's not a ton of time, but, you know,
Yeah.
it
It's
does
the same
not have
as
to
all
be
our other
decided
bonds.
tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not any different than our other bonds. It's the same schedule as all our bond projects.
Okay, well, any other questions particularly from council? Okay, so I want to go to public, and so Jeff, I see you've got your hand up, and then Linda Berger, go ahead.
Jeff or Linda Berger, I'm not sure who's.
Oh, sorry. Well, have Jeff go first here. Go ahead, Jeff.
So you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, you guys, obviously, this is a huge project. And once again, I'm here before you talking about a huge project. But I want you to look at what is in our rearview mirror, which is the phase one of this project, which has been a pretty much unqualified success. So we have some issues. There's no doubt we have issues, but we spent a lot of money to upgrade things that needed upgrading, and we've created a wonderful wastewater recovery facility that has now produced all this gas. And we got to figure out what to do with the gas. And I need everyone to kind of understand that where we are now is not where we were 5 years ago. So we're looking at what are we going to do with this incredible resource we have? And we have two basic choices, CHP and the dryer right now. I mean, we've really looked at this, and we've looked at it pretty carefully. I mean, I need to really give a shout out to Kurt and Chris for all their work on what they've done to research this. And I also have to give a shout out a little bit to MEAC, because we have put their feet to the fire. We're constantly on them about what is this going to do in terms of either our net zero goals or our gas use. So our big concern with the dryer was when they came to us initially, they said they were going to use like almost 10,000 gallons of supplemental fuel. And we were like, no, that is not acceptable. So when they started reworking the whole dewatering building HVAC system and the whole, they realized and that's what we said. We said you must be able to save some money in the heating of the plant to be able to make up for this. And I think they've convinced us they're right about that. And I'm sorry, I don't know the engineer who basically said, yeah, we're pretty confident of this. So now we're MEAC, and I should not be saying I'm speaking for MEAC because we have not met as a committee since we've been able to review all this information. But I feel personally pretty confident that it's going to be a minimal supplemental fuel use, if there's any fuel use, for the dryer. So we're looking at an almost perfect use where you're going to use all your gas, flare some, of course, in the summer. You're going to have to flare some in the summer because we're producing more. But it's really an amazing project for me that's less than a 20-year payback. Under the worst case scenario, that's the 20-year payback is not even with the funding that, let's be honest, we all know people are throwing money at wastewater recovery facility projects right now. They're throwing money at it. I know we can't guarantee this. Of course, it didn't come through for CHP, but with the dryer, I feel pretty confident with Kurt and Chris's research that we are going to get some funding, which is going to reduce that 19-year payback. So I just want to say that personally, I am all for the dryer. I can't say that MEAC is all for the dryer because we haven't been able to meet as a committee. I do want to point out that you're saving over 40 tons of carbon per year, reduced just on trucking to Coventry. Now, I know the city sometimes doesn't think that we should account for that, but I do. I think that's a big issue. So I actually think we need to be thinking about that. And the last thing I just wanted to say was the power sale agreement for the CHP. Now, Kurt didn't mention this, but when we last met, he told me that the food waste issue on the CHP contract was a big issue, so that we might not even be entitled to those very advantageous CHP terms that we thought we were basing our CHP argument on. So if I'm wrong on that, Kurt, correct me, but that didn't get mentioned in the presentation. That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Thank you. All right, and we're gonna go to Linda Berger now. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Linda Berger. I live in District 1. I have 5 questions. The first is, when was phase 1 of the Montpelier Water Resource Recovery Facility upgrade completed?
Do you want to like ask all your questions and then we can?
Okay, 2.
Is that
Were
okay?
Sure, it's
okay.
sure,
Thank you.
absolutely. Second, were the phase 1 upgrades completed exclusively the ones in the bond placed before the public in November 2018, or were there additional upgrades added or substituted? 3, what were the originally planned phase 2 upgrades? Was resource recovery originally a part of the plan for the facility for the phase 2 upgrades? 4, when did the city receive Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation notice of directive action to address the odor issues? And what is the time frame for this order? And 5, can a copy of this notice from the DEC be added to tonight's board packet and be made available to the public upon request?
If
The answer to that is yes.
Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
The answer to number 5 is yes, happy to. And I meant to send you that today as per your request through Councilmember Hurl. I'll try to do it right now while we're talking, but we can also post it publicly.
And we may.
I think Kurt probably
Sorry,
and the
go ahead.
team will need to go. So I think I wrote them down, Linda, if I may ask. So the first one was, when was phase 1 completed? The second
Yes.
was, were the things that were voted on in 2018 part of phase 1? Were there changes or additions to the project? Substitutions?
Mm-hmm.
Was energy recovery, I think, was part of always going to be part of phase 2? And then when did we get the DEC notice? And what is the time frame for addressing it? And then can the notice be posted? Is that those correct wording of your questions?
I think number 3 was, what were the originally planned phase 2 upgrades? Was resource recovery originally a part of the plan for the facility?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just go right through the list. So the first question was completion of phase 1. The final completion of the project was June of 2021. Additional plant upgrades, really, I don't believe any significant scope was added to the phase 1 project. There were some changes to the way things were designed, but as far as the overall scope, it was relatively consistent to what was originally planned.
Kurt, can I interrupt for a question? So
Sure.
solids management, in terms of the way it's currently being envisioned, was an original part of the plan?
That's correct. So we use what's called screw presses for dewatering the solids, and that was in the original scope of the Phase 1 project.
Thank you.
As far as Phase 2, we had the city initially had, or through ESG Energy Systems Group, our consultant, they did a high-level evaluation of alternatives for utilizing the methane. And at that time, CHP was identified as the best alternative. And that was sort of envisioned, even, they originally, we had considered combining the CHP project with the Phase 1. Later, we decided, as our city staff recommended, that we sort of wait and see where our levels of methane production were, and keep those projects separate. But initially, it was planned for a power production Phase 2 project. For the notice of alleged violation on the odor at the plant, notice was issued on November 5th of 2021. And there are 3 compliance items, well, really 4. The first item is to take possible actions to control odors from the plant. Right now, we are looking into trying to increase the performance of the existing biofilter, which deals with the receiving area. That's really our only odor control system at the plant currently. So, we've been in discussions with the vendor, trying to get recommendations on what we can do to improve that unit. The second item is by November 15th, we were required to provide a written response of receipt of the notice, which we did. By January, well, I should mention, as part of that written response, we did ask for an extension of the engineering evaluation, primarily because we want to sample, part of the process to evaluate the odors is to take samples throughout the plant to get a profile of the odors being generated. And in the summer months is when we take in a lot more waste, particularly on septage. So we have asked them to provide us some extra time. We did not have a written response from the state yet, but I did get a verbal that they were willing to do that. So we're still waiting on final confirmation. By January 1st, we need to retain services of a qualified consultant. We are proposing to use Brown and Caldwell. We expect to have a proposal to City Council on that evaluation, hopefully in the next few weeks. And as part of that evaluation, recommendations and timelines to mitigate odors need to be provided. And then March 1st, 2022, this is the deadline we're asking to extend in order to do the evaluation in the summer months. By March 1st, 2022, 2 copies of the consultant's evaluations and recommendations need to be submitted to the agency. And as Bill mentioned, item 5, we're happy to provide a copy of this notice.
Want to check in, Linda, any follow-up you have to any of that?
No, this is helpful information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other public comments, either in person or online? Go ahead.
Stephen Whitaker. I would like to just be explicitly clear that the economics, or understand that the economics of the drying investment are in no way tied to the continuation of the PFAS leachate. I mean, are we even considering through residual unclean pipes or systems or tanks disposing of farms or roads that's contaminated? And if so, I would really halt and design a different method. I want to offer into the record this article regarding Maine putting a do not eat order out wild deer that have been feeding around PFAS contaminated. I didn't have a stapler. So the idea that we know we've got this toxin in our systems now. We're proposing to start drying our solids instead of hauling them to Coventry. But at what point are they going to be? This system can't go until we get the PFAS out of our system. That's what I'm asking you to consider. With regards to bonding capacity, I don't hear much discussion of what other competing. I would hate to think that this, you know, admittedly probably a state-of-the-art combined facility might be further delaying our decades-old deferred maintenance on our sidewalks and our streets and in our replacing failing water lines. You know, I don't know. I know those have different funds and all that, but I wonder at what point the public's going to say we don't want to keep funding for tens of millions of dollars. I know we need a public safety radio system, and we need railings, streets, sidewalks, and water pipes. So I think keeping all of this on the table for the discussion is important. While I admire the engineering and, like I said, the state-of-the-art demonstration project, I want to first raise the red flag around the toxins, because I'm not at all confident that there's a resolve here to not repurpose any dried solids that have PFAS in them. So I'd ask you to fix the laptop and the projector, whatever it is, because it's really disruptive and it denies people the opportunity to even understand. The laptop won't go full screen with the projected presentation. The projector or something's blacking out way too frequently, interrupting your presenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, just in general?
Is my question going to get addressed? Shrug your shoulders?
I said, maybe it will, maybe it won't, maybe not tonight.
Well, her questions were addressed.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move to opinions. Where are you going to do?
Actually, if I may
Yeah,
respond
sure.
to that.
Yeah.
The reason I was shrugging, Steve, is that the presentation made explicitly clear that the assumption was that we were not going to be accepting any more leachate with PFAS in it, and that all the economics were developed that way. And it was stated at least twice during that presentation. So then you came up and asked us about, were the economics dependent on continuing taking leachate? So that's why I shrugged, because it helps when you pay more attention.
I paid attention, but you didn't
All right.
address residual toxicity
Thank you.
in the system.
So we're going to move on to opinions. Council. I'll just say for myself, oh, sorry, I didn't. Okay, well, I was going to say, just in terms of like the recommended action for, tonight, if it's, obviously there's some more steps that we need to go through before we get to the point of approving a bond, obviously, but in terms of moving forward, looking at project development, I think that is worth doing. This seems like a really promising project. I'm very I'm very hopeful around the idea of pyrolysis as a mechanism to PFAS. Who knows? We'll see if that turns out to be scientifically true. But that's encouraging to me, and I think all the assumptions that you all have made are pretty conservative, and that's really encouraging. And hopefully all the pieces fall into place. That's where I'm at. Others, go ahead, Donna.
I'm there too.
Yep.
Yes, move forward.
We could, yes, go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and thank you for your thorough answering of many, many questions. I just like underscoring, I am concerned about just like keeping an eye on the use of the biosolids, like, and I know that you guys are thinking about it. There's all kinds of contamination issues beyond PFAS with land applied. But I think the benefits of removing the water, and worst case, it's going to the landfill with less water, less trucking, seems like a better outcome and beneficial use of the methane. So I think in that regard, if that's like the worst case scenario, and then if, maybe there are some better technologies in the future, but just appreciate so much work and good thinking that's gone into it. So thank you all.
I think we could probably use a motion towards that. And unless other folks, I'm sorry, I know we haven't heard from everybody yet, but I don't want to jump the gun there. Sorry. Other thoughts, other comments? Yeah, Connor, go ahead.
I'm on the same page. It sounds like there's opportunities to continue asking questions about this, but fantastic presentation, guys. Really appreciate it.
So I would actually, at the risk of getting drawn and quartered by folks sitting in front of me, I'd suggest that you not make a motion on this right now. You've indicated where you want to go, and I think that's really helpful. You have, to the point that Mr. Whitaker made, there are the bones being presented. You haven't heard the whole budget, and you owe it to yourselves and everyone else to see this in the context of the whole and not as an individual item. I support it, and I hope you will support it as we go forward, but I think to just see it in isolation. As I said, we're going to do the budget right next. We have a full workshop next week. That's all budget and nothing else. And you'll have, ample time to vote on these and decide what you're going to put on the ballot and all that. I think the takeaway for me, and I think the team, is that you're enthusiastic about it, want to keep rolling with it. And I'd suggest that that's all we need for now.
Unless other folks have comments. Go ahead, Jack.
I agree with what I've heard. I think that Mike and certainly I don't have the expert on this area. I think it's a great asset to the council and to the city that we have Council Member Hurl who can get into great detail about these environmental issues. And I just love having you here for that and many other reasons. And so I'm enthusiastic about this. As Bill said, I think it's important to look at this in the context of all the other potential demands for funding, but this really seems like a good plan.
Great, thank you. Any other comments folks would like to make? No? Okay, great. Thank you all for that. It's very encouraging, and looking forward to hearing more. Before we move on to the budget, I just want to address Mr. Whitaker. If you would please refrain from calling out comments or questions from your seat. That is important and helpful and part of having an orderly process. And so if you would please control yourself to not do that, that would be great. Thank you very much. All right, now we are on to the budget presentation. Thank you, guys.
I think I've got to go down there.
All right, I'm going to shift over here.
Can I play the slideshow, or do I have to just? Oh, didn't you just do that?
No, I did not. So yeah, I gotta make sure you.
Well, so I've got to get out of this and go to. All right, and then back to this. Yay. Okay. I'll get this one of these days. thank you very much. We have been working diligently on the budget. We expect to have full budget books to you by the end of this week. So you'll have in advance of the workshop next week to look through and see everything. My goal tonight is just to give you a pretty high level overview of where we're at and acquaint you with some of the key issues in the budget and take broad questions. I'd like to, before we get started, really thank our team for, as usual, a great amount of teamwork to come up with the plan. It was an unusual year. Certainly, I'd like to thank Kelly Murphy for all the hard work she's doing, especially as you'll see the budget book as we're using in the new budget software that we showed you. So it's all, we're kind of learning that on the fly too. So we went into the budget this year and we had key budget goals and challenges. One, you did such fine work on the strategic plan this fall and such clear work that we really felt we always take it seriously, but this year we really were like, we've got to, they've made some very clear statements. We need to make sure they're included. At the same time, we were rebuilding from the COVID cuts of the last couple of years, deferred things, so a lot of pent up demand. We still need to deliver our responsible services to our residents, despite all of the extra things that we like to do. That really is the core of what we do. And our revenues are returning, but they're not quite where they were. So, the good news is they're better than last year. The bad news is in some cases they're not where they used to be. And then as we've seen, inflation has gone up this year. We settled on a 6% inflation rate. That was, I think, based on the October consumer price index of 6.2, coupled with the November announcement by Social Security that they're going to be doing a 5.9% cost of living adjustment for next year. So we settled on 6. The December numbers, I think, are coming out in a couple of days for November. So, but that was our goal. So looking at the strategic plan, I'm just going to try through we have an overall goal to improve community prosperity, and included were including economic development. As people may recall, we had $100,000 for years for economic development, which went to the Development Corporation. Last year, we cut that to $25,000. We are still wrestling with how to proceed with economic development going forward with the end of the Development Corporation. We put $50,000 in this year for to provide 2 uses of the funds. One is we think it's time to review the Economic Development Strategic Plan, which initially formed MDC a few years ago and charted what were then the goals and priorities of the city. The major project identified in the plan was a hotel parking garage in the center of the city. So obviously we want to look at that, but also I think some other aspects of it. It certainly talked about us being a higher end locale and that type of thing. And so I think we should at least look at that assumption and decide if that's still the way we want to go. So we think updating the plan and then having that work inform how we go forward with that. The remaining funds would be used to actually assist us with economic development as we go forward this year, bringing in consultants as needed, particularly folks like White and Burke to do a project analysis, that kind of thing, to assist our existing staff for things that are a little bit beyond our scope. So it would allow for those 2 things. You had wanted to look at school childcare. And as we look at rec center options, that the idea of building a facility for that is included in that. We're looking at additional outdoor recreation, including trails. The homelessness task force continued to be funded at $45,000 per year. The community fund is fully funded at last year's amount. Montpelier Live is fully funded, and we restored $10,000. It had 20 last year. We zeroed it, and we're recommending 10 this year. Good. Under the responsible and engaged government, we have the website is due for an upgrade. So we have a proposal. So included $10,000 for the capital area neighborhoods. It's 20 in this current budget. Had been traditionally up until then. We, in trying to meet the goal, the financial goal that we were shooting for, which was to hold the city's budget within 5%. We know the inflation was 6%. We were really committed to bringing the city's portion of the budget in at 5%. We went with that. We also include the ADA transition plan projects are in the, which was a priority, are in the capital plan. One of your strong priorities was a fully staffed city department, and that has been achieved. All positions that were put on hold are fully funded and back to full staff. And we've proposed in one of the, I'm gonna get in later some of the pots of fun, but a way to look at our communications data and think about different ways to put information out. Helped at least in part by a suggestion from Councilmember Erickson. Creating housing, we've last year, so we have housing at $110,000 annually. Last year we cut that to 50,000. We've restored that back to 110,000 for this year. We've also included again in one of those funding sources, you had mentioned as a priority a housing and services hub. It was a project that didn't have a lot of definition, but we put $100,000 in to set aside to assist whatever that project looked like. It could involve the group that we just heard from tonight. Maybe we mean something different. We also, you know, I think I forwarded you a request from Downstreet to partner with a housing project. So anyway, we've included that in to try to address those needs. Under practice good environment stewardship, we're proposing funding actually in a bond for Confluence Park. The net zero plan listed series of priority projects for the city. The first two were the schools, which we don't have any control over. And then there were 3 building projects for the city. One, and so the very first one was a pellet furnace at DPW. So our proposal is that we fund that this year. And then after those 3 building proposals were vehicles, and those that we know are going to be more challenging in the longer term, but we certainly appreciated the clarity of the net zero report and wanted to immediately take step at making those things happen. We also included dam removal seed money. We estimated about $120,000 for a study to do this. We believe there will be funds available for looking at dam removal, so we're gambling on that a little bit, but we included, I think it was $34,000 in case we needed a match or something like that. And we fully funded My Ride again this year. Build and maintain infrastructure. This is the biggest issue, obviously, and it's also where most of the funding is. So the good news is we've increased the CIP capital plan funding about $250,000 from last year. The bad news is that's still $230,000 below the target that we've been trying to accomplish and had been out the year before. So we basically built half of it back this year with a goal that we'll build half back next year. However, we felt okay about that because of some of the availability of other funding. We have the ARPA funding. I'm going to talk a little bit more later. Reserve funding that I'll talk a little bit later. So included in these various pots of money is funding to get us to the level of 70 PCI street conditions. That won't happen this year. I mean, we won't get to 70 PCI this year, but if you recall when Zach Blodgett presented to you, he said if we have a certain amount of money assigned each year, we will get there over the next couple of years. So we've got that amount of money. We've got $325,000 in for public restrooms, obviously to be determined where and how, but we put funding in there. There's fundings to pursue the land for the rec center as discussed. East State Street, which is a combination street, water, sewer, combined sewer overflow, sidewalk project, lighting, the street lighting and those kinds of things for the Barry Main intersection, which we've studied and you'd approved an alternative for. Downtown street lights, not only improving their performance, but converting them from their current lighting to LEDs. So that would be more energy efficient and also higher performance. And of course, the water resource recovery facility dryer that you just heard about. Oops, what did I just do? Something I didn't want to. Let's see. Yes, okay. Oop. I moved a slide, didn't I? Yes. Okay. Under the goal of improve public health and safety, We've expanded the social worker, the MPD-related social worker, putting in another half. You may recall the Police Review Committee, we currently have a half that's shared with Barry and partly funded by the state. The Police Committee recommended that we put in another whole plus half of a peer support worker. We weren't able to do all of that, but we have included half of the new social workers, expanding our half to one full-time social worker. That's what's in the budget. And the 45,000 for home force goes. If we want to talk about expanding that, that's a discussion we'll have to have. We did include the body worn cameras. Dispatch consoles had been in last year, so we haven't spent the money, so we're holding that because that those either could be used as matches for grants. We're pursuing some funding to move the Televate project forward. So we're keeping that as our beginning funding for that. I believe Barry is doing something similar, but I'm not sure. As you recall from when the chief was here, many of the police review committee recommendations are actually in the operating budget, some of the training things and those sorts of things. So those are moving forward and specifically calling out the CIT, the crisis intervention training, which we are proceeding with. It again does have a budget, but it's included in the operating plan for the police department. So to go to the capital plan, here's what we were talking about. You can see, and again, you're going to get these charts. So if you can't read them, don't worry. They'll be all in the book. But this is showing that the plan is up $223,000 from last year overall, which is $120,000 less than the year before. There's a whole list of projects that are proposed within that funding. And again, the governance committee is going to be reviewing these on Monday. Is that right? Monday, and then but they will also be included in your budget book. May change after the approved. And again, same thing. There's a list of equipment that's included within the funding that we've talked about. That's where you'll find the body worn cameras, for example. I'm not going to get into detail, but we're basically breaking up our extra funding sources, what we're calling ARPA 1, ARPA 2, and the capital reserve. So ARPA 1 is essentially the first $1 million that we've already received. And as it turned out, when we finally did the final calculations for lost revenue, it pretty much matched with that $1 million. So with the exception of allocated from the proposals to use that funding for items that had been approved in prior budgets that we had to delay and not do. So this list are all things that have been in previous budgets. And we're going forward with that. Then we have ARPA Part 2, which is the new money this year, which is not eligible for lost revenue. So we're proposing to put about $75,000 into a community outreach type effort to get some more data about community needs that were included in the survey, figure out where prioritizing future events, and also figuring out how we can communicate a little better. And we were directed. This is where Council Member Erickson gets the tip. He directed us to Montana, which really showed to projects and things going on, and so we're trying to figure out how to incorporate that in. This could also be a place where we put in. The mayor asked me about a see-click fix solution, and this could all be part of us, in terms of getting a sense of where community needs are. This is where we have the $100,000 for the Housing and Services Hub, and we could define that more fully. 320 restrooms, and then the remaining $500,000 for investment in water and sewer infrastructure. Obviously, if you choose to do something different with this, or do some sort of public processing, but we just put the rest in. We have old water and sewer lines, and anything we can do to invest in those would be great. But it could also be used for other things. That's our proposal. We have what we call the restoration reserve, and this is Kelly will be able to explain this more next week. How we got years as we've been cutting our budgets and putting things on hold, trying to stay within. We were doing some estimates, and some of our revenues came in a little better than expected. result some of these projects, but we ended up with a reserve at the capital improvement fund, 35,000. And that is not a normal thing that we have. And so we felt that since we're behind, we need to invest. So we're proposing to take 180,000 this year to reach the full funding for PCI. And as I mentioned, next year we're expecting to increase the capital plan budget by another 30,000. That's with that funding would come into that. So this is to kind of jumpstart that. We have 34,000 for the dam study included, and then again more trucks that had been in equipment that had been proposed that didn't make it into the other funding. So trying to get caught up with where we've been. Certainly happy to look at all of this, and again, all of this will be reviewed by the Capital Projects Committee. But so then there's bonds, so even more infrastructure. We are proposing, we're suggesting that there's at least sort of 5 bundles of bonds. Obviously, these can be bundled however council chooses. We could each one of these could be an individual item. We could potentially bundle the East State Street and the Water Resource Recovery Facility if necessary. But the first one is East State Street, 7.2 million. That includes 4 million from the general fund for the street, stormwater, and sidewalk improvements. $2 million for water and sewer fund for subsurface work. We're proposing 1.5 million for purchase of the property, club property. Now, we think it's going to be in that neighborhood to give us site control and a future looking for lots of recreation opportunities. Then we have a group of infrastructure projects that have been talked about that total 1.2 million, the Barry Main intersection improvement, the downtown streetlights, the DPW heating system, Kurt had the DPW garage, but keeping it net zero, so we'll see. And then we have a failing retaining wall on Marvin Street that needs to be addressed. So we want that in here. Confluence Park, we need about 600,000 to complete that. If there's other external funding, that would be great. And then the Water Resource Recovery Facility that you just heard about for 16.4 million. So you can see the totals there. As I said, they can be lumped however possible. I think it would be an interesting conversation whether we think, whether the voters would think that East State Street and the wastewater plant were related. And so we're going to try to take a look at that. Also, getting paid off. And I'll say that the funding for all of our plant, because we will is built based on it already. At least the first year payments that will come due in the FY23 budget. And as we've looked at the features, we've built those in. So we can do them or not do them as you see fit, but they won't increase the budget for next year any more than what's already proposed. So proposed is a tax, property tax rate, about 6.4 cents, 5.5. I know I was 5. The city portion of the budget is 5%. The library's request for about 40 pushes us up to the 5.45%. So if you hold everything from last year to this year, we're at 5, and then that additional money. Reminder that last year's was only 0.6%, so really about 3% a year over 2 years. And there you can see the city services are 5%. The library ballot adds a 0.45. We're not proposing any changes in the sewer benefit or in the CSO benefit charges. And we'll have all the detailed tax rate breakouts that we normally provide to you when we get there. So as we think about wrapping up, I would say that from our team, and this is for you to judge, not us, but we felt like we had stayed with financial parameters that you'd indicated and had funded the lion's share of the strategic plan within those parameters. So hopefully we're making your work a little bit easily. We've got to try to get the budget done before the mayor goes out. So we've got to do heavy lifting in December this year. Yeah. So just remind you of our schedule that next week we're here in this room at 6:30 with not the capital plan committee, and we'll have 3 hours or so to work this. You'll have your spreadsheet that you can pop your options in and see how that works. And it would be great if we, some preliminary visions after that, but if not, that's great. You've got more time. The following week is our regular meeting. We don't have a lot on the agenda, but we will have a couple. We will be setting aside time at that meeting as well to talk about the agenda. We have set aside Wednesday, January 5th for a budget workshop if we need it. So again, that would be budget only. And then we go to the formal public hearings on January 12 and January 20. And those will also be public hearings for bonds, all the normal, the warning, the ballot, all the things that we normally do. Just so the way that works for the newer folks is typically the council adopts a budget prior to the public hearing. So we go to public hearing saying this is what the council is proposing, but the council can change it up until the 20th. So after you hear from the public, just continue discussion. It's not final until you vote for the number that goes on the ballot. And then that's done because that's the line for the ballot. But it's, again, basically the way, I propose a budget to you, you work on that budget between now and January 5, and then it becomes the council's budget being proposed to the public for their consideration, and then finally, of course. Then on Tuesday, March 1 is election day, however that ends up looking. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and early voting to start at least February. And I know we have an item on tonight's agenda to at least discuss what those options might be. But that is our schedule. And that is all I have in my presentation. I'm certainly happy to answer questions about any of this in big picture. As I said, you'll have lots of detail to look at coming up shortly. If you don't need this, I can close this off and go back to my seat.
I think, actually, I don't know. Knowing that we have a fair bit of time to continue to discuss this, any questions that folks want to ask right now?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just also want to say how impressed I am with what you all have come up with. You've managed to do quite a bit with what was still not, the revenues that we hoped would have bounced back by now. So very grateful for the difficult conversations I'm sure that have happened behind the scenes, and that you've been able to come up with this.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was gonna say about that. I think that's it for now, for me anyway. Other thoughts, questions? Yes, Jack.
Just a very quick one. I recall that the Main Street and Berry Street intersection were different chunks. One was the putting in traffic light, and the other was paying for whatever's involved in coordinating the lights. Are those both in what we've got here?
I'm going to defer that question to when there's someone better able to answer that. Okay. I think I know the answer, but I'm not sure.
Fair enough. And actually, I do have one other question. I think I probably misspoke in the wastewater recovery facility, water resource recovery facility presentation, because I saw that the total cost was 16 million, but there were 4 million left over from the previous one. So I assumed that you could subtract, but that, I mean, in hindsight, right? Like that was not a part of the original bond, so you couldn't just apply that 4 million to the next project?
Well, possibly.
Okay, so maybe.
So we were, I was showing the highest worst
Okay,
case,
okay.
so, yes. And,
Okay.
and so, and a couple things about bonds too, to be clear. You can approve the bond but not spend all of it. So, so again, if we were to get other funding for any of these sources, just because we voted it doesn't mean we actually would let all of it. You know, again, bad example really, but the parking garage bond is an example of that. We approved $10.5 million. We only spent $1.1 million. So that's all we're letting for bond. You know, even though we had that remaining approval, we're not going to ever use that because we don't need it. And so if we were to get additional funding for a bond project, then we can do that. I don't know, Kelly, are you able to talk about the debt policy now, or do you want to hold that?
I
It's up
think
to
it's.
the council when it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's okay to do that later.
Yeah.
For now, just in light of the time for now, and knowing that we'll have much more opportunity to talk about that. Any other comments? Yes, go ahead, Connor.
Quick, was the hospice ballot item built into the?
Yes.
final number? It was, great, thanks.
Okay. Any other comments, either in person or digitally? Okay, Lauren.
Just curious, when fully funding the staff, which I'm super excited to see, we don't have an energy position like what Kate from MEAC.
Right, so when I say fully funded, last year we
existing position.
held 6 positions
Yeah.
vacant.
Yeah.
So we restored all the existing positions. The only expansion of something that would be staff related was the extra half for the social worker. So there is not an energy position in there now, unless we were to rework something.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify. Get ready, team, for that.
Say that again, what?
Get ready for that proposal next week.
Yeah, fair enough, all right. Yeah. All right. Any other comments? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to call attention to the comment that we're pursuing funds to implement the Televate project. That one caught me by surprise because this has been a confusion between what our police department does. Some of the investments in radios, et cetera, in the police department budget that were pre-approved are being slipped back in here, even whether or not they're consistent with the design that has yet to been started, the engineering design. Televate was only a needs assessment. It is, next phase is the engineering design. So it's premature to be spending money on towers and radios for our police department that are not integrated with the regional plan that we're working on. But the idea that the city managers get together and launch their own initiative to pluck off a piece of it before the engineering is done is totally inappropriate. So I just want to raise that red flag. You'll be hearing more about it.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else?
Great presentation. It's sets us up in good shape for next week.
Yeah, I agree. All right, moving on for that, we've got a couple, well, we have 3 more agenda items and it is a little after 10. So I'm wondering if we can actually flip-flop a couple of them. Like if I would be in, because I know we really need to talk about the election update. That probably needs to happen tonight. I would like to do the legislative agenda thing. I don't know how long folks think that will take, but curious for your thoughts.
I mean, only if there's questions.
Well, let's do the election update, because I think that is going to be. We've done the legislative agenda stuff before, so it's a little bit familiar. This is going to be, I think, a little bit different. So, John, are you okay to go now?
Sure.
Okay.
Now, I just warn you all, I've been having trouble with the sound, so I'm afraid it could be me. I'm on an island, off an island in the woods. So hopefully you all will be able to hear me. I have a presentation just to try to focus the discussion. Just so you all know, and I apologize, all of this stuff should have occurred to me a month ago, but there were a lot of assumptions being made, sort of assumptions made in silos, and I only put it all together myself a few weeks ago. And so suddenly we have some questions that need to be answered. And I put a certain amount of urgency on the agenda, but given what's been happening with meetings of other bodies since then, I could wait till the 22nd to get the answers I needed if you all just want to hear what's going on and think about it. So the basic problem with the election coming up is the question of mail-in voting. I finally trained myself to stop saying all mail because that just sounds wrong when you say it. Mail-in voting and the fact that there are now going to be as many as 4 different discrete entities that are going to be involved in this election. So I'm going to share my screen if I can. Well, you're going to make me choose which screen. Fine. We'll do that one. We'll start a slideshow. And the slideshow is not starting. Trying to start the, looky, slideshow, yay. Okay, so I know you all in the past have wanted to, regardless of what, what's happening at the state level or what isn't, wanted to do we return to the mail-in election, which we did before, sponsored by the state. So this is coming, if this is about that. Now, the Montpelier Roxbury School District is in the process. The school board wants to do a mail-in election as well. So they are in the process of working through that process, which you'll hear about in a minute. So the question is, what are the implications for Montpelier's decision to proceed with a mail-in election or not? And they are not insignificant. Okay, Roxbury's select board will decide on the 20th whether or not to allow the school district to proceed with a mail-in election. Now, the thing is, the way the law is written, the school district, if it straddles multiple towns, cannot simply decide on its own, we want to have a mail-in election. They decide that, and then the towns in question have to give their blessing, and it's all or nothing. So if the school board wants to have a mail-in election, Montpelier says, yeah, it's great, come on in. Roxbury doesn't. They are not having a mail-in election. So you start to see where things start to happen here if the city decides to have a mail-in election, but the school doesn't. So to proceed, the school board is going to need to decide to proceed with an election, but also Roxbury is going to have to decide. Roxbury the select board had an initial meeting on Monday, and they punted their decision till the 20th. They had the members of the school board from Roxbury coming down, pitching them on it because it wouldn't cost them anything. It's just a matter of, it becomes just a philosophical question. Unfortunately, the Roxbury clerk, who is also the school clerk, is very much against it and is going to be arguing more vociferously on the 20th. So this is all a big question mark right now. It's hard to handicap what's going to happen here. So if we choose another mail-in election, I'm going to assume, at least to get going here, because I think the odds are more in favor of it. Assuming the school settles on a mail-in election, then a shared ballot with the city and the school, sort of ballot people are used to seeing, will be mailed to all active voters in the city. Okay. That election will be coordinated through my office, even though it's, technically 2 elections on 1 ballot. It's the way we've always done it. And the school district then becomes responsible for most of the actual costs of the election, which is great. Bad for them, great for me. That includes ballot printing and mailing, all the fees and the postage. Obviously does not include the ballots for non-citizen voters. If there are any, we still have 0, but there's 1 I hear rumor about. Technically, they're responsible for ballot design, but I've always done that. I'm going to do it. I would just really make everybody's lives complicated if I didn't. The fraction of the cost of programming the tabulators equal to the number of questions minus the cost of programming non-citizens. And this sounds a little piddly because it may end up me billing them for only about 100 and 150 bucks, but that's something I'd still kind of like to do. And then half the cost of any part-time paid poll workers that I might need to bring on, which is a great insurance valve for me because, as you all know, we've been understaffed in the clerk's office. There's rarely a week goes by that we don't have to have some closures at some point from our normal, 8 to 4:30, 5 days a week schedule. So having that possibility there will be tremendously helpful. Now, if we choose another mail-in election, the implications for the Central Vermont Public Safety Authority are significant because they are in the same boat as the school. The CVPSA would have to decide for their purposes whether to do a mail-in election. In the same way, it's all or nothing. Both the decision would have to also be given the blessing of the Montpelier and Barre City councils. Okay, here's the deal, right? So now if they do commit, let's say this happens, if CVPSA gets permission and decides they want to do a mail-in election, they would share the physical ballot with us in the school as usual, and their questions would therefore be mailed out. Unfortunately, I think this is kind of a fantasy.
At least it looks like a happy fantasy.
Yeah, it is a happy fantasy. Because here's the thing: we might say, yeah, but Barre City, they've already indicated they're not having a mail-in election. The clerk there is going to send out cards again to everyone, encouraging them to ask for absentee ballots. So imagine for a minute. First of all, they're not going to be inclined to, but if they did, then you'd have a situation in Barre where all the CVPSA separate standalone ballots, they'd have to be separate, would be mailed out to everybody in the city. And the city ballot wouldn't be, neither would the school. So voters would be like, what the heck is going on, right? And that's not good for anybody, because then the CVPSA would be on the hook for paying for that entire election, which, $10,000, $12,000 possibly.
Hey, John, can I ask you a question about this CVPSA point?
Mm-hmm.
On this election, are there going to be candidates running for at-large CVPSA seats?
Yes, there's 2 slots open.
And so what could potentially happen if CVPSA doesn't have a mail-in vote and we do, then anyone in Montpelier who wants to vote in the CVPSA election would have to come in physically, even if they do everything else by mail, which I just anticipate that depressing turnout from Montpelier for the CVPSA election.
You just took all the thunder out of the rest of most of my presentation.
I'm sorry, John. I'm just thinking ahead.
Man, and you told everybody. This is terrible. Oh, well, okay. So to go over some of that. Oh, well, there's another body in this too that I should mention. There's implication. The Central Vermont Career Center wants to break off and form their own school district. So there's very possibly, I think 50-50 at this point, also going to be a ballot situation, a question with them. So they would be in the same boat. Now, they could also choose to do a mail-in election, but CVCC serves 18 towns. They're going to have a standalone ballot anyway. I'm not sure exactly about the legalities of that. Carol Dawes is on that in Barre City. She explained it to me, and my brain was mush by that point. But they will have a standalone ballot. All 18 towns would have to authorize the mail-in election Otherwise, it'll only be available at the polls. Are they going to authorize it? That one is a total fantasy. That's not going to happen in a million years. I'm hoping there's some Buffy fans out there. Anybody remember that? Oh, well, it was a great episode. Anyways, so here's our most likely scenario in a mail-in election. Should you all, the mission, should you all choose to accept it, right? That Montpelier City and the school questions would share a ballot, which would be sent to all active Montpelier voters. Non-registered voters would receive a ballot only containing the city questions. CVPSA ballots would only be available or at the polling place or by specific absentee request. And CVCC ballots would only be available at the polling place or by specific absentee request. So what this means, yes, Jack, you stole my big moment here. This is going to mean very, very low turnout for CVPSA and the Career Center. I mean, we could be looking at, based on last time around with this, overall city turnout could be 2,700, 3,000, maybe even a smidge more voters. And in that CVPSA ballot, they might only get 400 to 600 votes. Now, I'm not going to handicap whether that's a good or a bad thing, but it's just a thing, So now, in case even though your brains are probably melted already, what if the school doesn't opt for a mail-in election? You can probably see where this is going. The Montpelier City, and this is also assuming that you all do. A Montpelier City-only ballot would be sent to all active voters. A school-only ballot will be available at the polls or by absentee request only. And then you get the other two, the CVPSA, the CVCC, although at least the CVPSA could be in a position to possibly arrange something and share with the schools. Now, the schools then have to pay for their own election under this scenario. So they're paying for all their ballots. They're doing all that. Obviously, I'm going to coordinate the actual functioning of the election. And because, if this were happen, we'd manage their absentee requests too, just because I can't imagine the chaos if I didn't. So anyway, so you could theoretically have someone go to the ballot to get go to the polling place to get 3 different ballots that they didn't receive in the mail, potentially. Anyways, now, if we opt against a mail-in election and we withhold the approval for the schools to proceed with one of their own, then elections proceed as usual, with the exception of that standalone CVCC ballot, which would be available at the polls should that actually happen. Well, now you get into the philosophical question here. And this is where it gets really tricky, is what's the right thing to do here? Because this, the August and November elections are going to be mail-in. The state handles those. They've decided that's the law. We had ours last time, so this is no longer theoretical. There is no inaction. There is the action to decide to provide these ballots by mail, or there is, given the new paradigm of most elections, there's going to be the decision to limit access to the ballot. And the way this is shaken out, those are sort of the two choices. There isn't just there's no longer a close your eyes and look away possibility here. I think that question has been called, so that makes it tricky. So how should you proceed? If you don't want any mail-in elections, do nothing. That's easy. If you want to allow the school district to proceed with the mail-in election, you need to pass a motion to give them your blessing, to authorize them to do it. And if you want to have a mail-in election of your own, obviously you have to pass a motion saying we're going to have a mail-in election. So, or there is a big or, and that is that the legislature is working on a new emergency election bill. Now, when they did one last time, I was involved in all those discussions. So I got to go to the meetings and I got all the gossip and I knew what was going on. I guess they got tired of me. I don't know. They did not invite me to these. So and it's hard to glean what's happening and what's going on. I've spoken to both chairs of the respective government operations committees. I've spoken with legislative counsel about all of this and about how in the future, what we'd like to see is, because this is all a disincentive for mail-in elections, all this hoo-ha, and we want to incentivize it, right? It's why we have the ability to do it at all. So the idea that the legislation ultimately needs to change so that if a multi-municipality entity holds an election, that election could be held under whatever the paradigm of that each individual municipality is. So, ideally, if there's a question about CVPSA, well, we have a mail-in election in Montpelier, so it's a mail-in election in Montpelier. They don't have one in Barrie. It's not in Barrie. That's what would be the simplest, clearest path of least resistance for running these things. And so that's what I'm advocating for. And that may or may not happen, because I know there's some folks who just really don't like this whole paradigm at all. But this emergency legislation, at least Senator White told me she's hoping it's basically going to do everything their other COVID emergency legislation did, which would mean we'd have a repeat of last year. We just get all of it paid for. We could all be on one big happy ballot. Life is good. And this whole mess gets put off to another year. And who knows, maybe by that other year, they can clean it up the way I asked them to. It won't if I'm the lone voice in the wilderness on that. So maybe that can be something added to the lobbying list that y'all are working out. But so the or is, maybe everything I just told you doesn't matter, basically. But that's what I got. So if you all have any questions or where you go from here, obviously there's going to be a need for some decisions there. But since Roxbury has punted on their decision on the school until the 20th, and I'm not going to be able to get anything done, in this regard, December anyways, since you all are meeting again this month, I would just ask that you try to give me something, by before January. Does all that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Oh, good.
So we don't need to make a decision on anything tonight.
You don't have to.
Thank you for this update. It's good to know that this is like something that I have to consider. Well, thank you. And I do see your hand, Vicki Lane. Go ahead. Oh, and then Donna. Yeah.
I'm concerned with the idea that the school could have their own thing and then they would have to pay for it. But what it really means is they can have their own thing and pass it on to the taxpayers, because that's exactly what they'll do, is they'll include it in the budget and we'll pay for it as part of our property taxes. And that I don't find that to be particularly palatable.
Thank you.
Vicky, if the city pays for it, it's still paid for by the taxpayers.
Yes, I know, but if we have to pay for more than one election, I mean, I don't mind paying for one election, but I don't want to pay for three just because people can't get their acts together.
Just to clarify on that, right now our normal pattern is we do pay for three elections. They're just a they're a 3-for-1. They're all paid for together. And depending on how this works out, if the schools end up essentially having to run their own election, then yeah, I can see how you could argue that would be coming from two different directions now.
Yep.
So I
It'd
appreciate
be another
your
reason
concerns.
for them
And
to.
so I prefer to not get into a back and forth here.
Sorry.
Nikki, I'm going to let you say one more thing and then we're going to move on. Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's just, um, another way for them to, I just don't understand any of that crap.
Yeah, fair. Thank you. Fair. Donna, go ahead.
Well, my question, and John, thank you. You gave me a heads up on this. I appreciate it. But your comment that school mail in, is there a time, a date, a deadline on that for that authority to the school if it were decided?
No, I mean, it's just a matter of having all your ducks in a row by the time the election deadlines come. It's not part of a sort of standardized election process. It's just election law, it's election regulation. It doesn't say, it's not like candidate deadline or certain public hearing deadlines. It's just these are the rules for running the election, so you got to figure it out before you get into it, basically.
So if indeed the council though decided to do the mail-in and gave the school approved the school, would that give them any initiative, any momentum to do it?
I don't know. I don't think so, because I think there's an assumption that you've got their back with stuff anyways. So I mean, you were cutting out a little bit, so I may be making some assumptions on the question.
No, I was just trying to think if there was a way, indeed, if the council favored mail-in, if we could influence the school. Whether that's by giving them approval early, or then they have their own decision, but they know that we've already said yes to the possibility. Even if we just did like a straw ballot, not making a firm decision, waiting to see what the school did.
Well, that's what I thought you were asking, even though I only heard every other word. But and my honest answer is I don't know, because, as I say, they already sort of assume that we've got their back on it, and it seems to be something they want to do. Now, of course, they could change their minds, and I could be wrong. But I've been speaking with Jim Murphy, and there's a very sort of assumptive tone between us that we would all like this to happen. So I don't know that it really makes any difference. I also don't know, and this could be me being my paranoid self, if making such a decision and getting it in the papers before Roxbury has made their decision could kick off some of that big bad Montpelier telling us what to do kind of vibe. That may be completely unfair to say, but it just occurs to me.
So we can't even offer encouragement.
Oh, you could pass something today, say we authorize it. But I don't know. I mean, whatever you all want to do. It's this is just me talking off the top of my head,
Yeah,
so I don't really
but
know.
thank you for doing the slides. Very helpful.
Sure.
And the pretty pictures too.
Connor, go ahead.
Hey, John, no worries if you don't like the exact numbers, but how did our mail-in turnout stack up against like a comparable election, like one where there wasn't a presidential primary? Did we see a big increase there?
We didn't see as much of an increase as I would have thought. I mean, and based on the other numbers around the country, but it was big. It was definitely big. And there's no question that it was bigger than it otherwise would have been. So it does have an effect. I think that's easily demonstrable. I'm just geeking out a little bit saying I expected more, but yeah, no, it was way up.
Great. Steven.
I'm not an expert on this, but I did appreciate John's presentation. A couple things come to mind. It strikes me as it's almost the risk of disenfranchising a lot of voters, which we loathe when Texas does it intentionally, is not worth. If we've just imposed a mask mandate, we can put air cleaners in. It's almost akin to a jury verdict, has to be unanimous. And that if we know Roxbury or Berry City is going to prevent that, we've created this mess with our overlapping jurisdictions. And I just think that At this point, my advice is to plan, encourage people to do absentee voting, but plan for a real election in order to get it all on one ballot. Because there's no way anybody's going to understand the complexity that John just so eloquently laid out for y'all. And a whole lot of votes are not going to be made or not going to get counted. And I just think that's too great a risk, especially at this critical time in the evolution of CVPSA. So that's my advice. Go for a regular election.
Thank you. All right, any other, Jack and then Jay? Or Jay and then Jack?
You go ahead, Jay.
Just a quick question, John. Thank you for the presentation, but you talked about the possibility of the legislature, passing emergency rules for this coming election. What's the timing on that?
They're going to pass something the first week of January. They said they're going to pass it more quickly this time than they did the one last time, which was within the first 2 weeks. And it's, right now the energy is all, there's the Omicron happening. People are, there's momentum for it. So I think there's a pretty good chance you're going to see the same thing pass again, because I do think there's still money for this, but I know how much we hang our hat on that probably should proceed as though it's not.
Jack.
I'm thinking about terminology. You've been referring to an all mail-in election, but what that really means is ballots get mailed to everybody, but nobody is stopped from coming in person and voting in person if they want to do that.
Right.
Geezer that I am, I love to come in person to vote at the election, but objectively, it seems that creating the structure that gets the most people to vote is objectively the most democratic way to do it, which makes me lean very strongly in favor of doing mail-in for the city and voting to authorize all of these other bodies to vote by mail also.
Fair enough. Well, so this is something that we are going to be talking about again, presumably, right, John?
Yeah.
So any other comments that folks would like to offer this evening? Okay. All right. Thank you, John. That was amazing. It was, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a GIF in a council presentation before. So
We're gonna have to up our game.
You didn't see a GIF, you saw a GIF.
GIF.
Thank you very
I always
much.
get it wrong. I'm one of those, I'm not,
No GIFs.
no gifts, GIFs, GIFs, thank you, yeah.
So I
All right, well,
just you asked the question of voter turnout, and I keep track of them every year just because I'm interested in like the city budget votes, but I have the combined total. So we had 2,800 votes, 2,842 voted on the city budget last year. And in a non-presidential election year, which are always the highest, that's the highest one I have during my time here. The next highest was 23 something in like 2015 or something. So we had 32 the year before, it was the presidential primary. And, but it was still it's still like the fourth or fifth highest turnout, even including presidential primaries during my 26 years. So definitely a higher turnout. And 1,000 more than 200. 2021 was 28.
History would have suggested we were going to break 3,000, but we're making our own history here, right?
Fair enough. All right, just I want to check in here, team. We're at 10:35. And we have one other item that well, the executive session, I assume that we really do need to do that this evening as well. Do you want to also tackle the legislative agenda? I have one suggestion for that. We can do it. Okay. We're here. Let's make it happen. All right. Legislative agenda. Anything that the committee would like to say about legislative agenda? Introducing it.
I mean, a lot of it's just chasing the dollars, you know? It's going to be really important to, pay attention to the appropriations committees and all the moving pieces. Because that's going to inform, what we can do with some of these other agenda items. But we have things like, the dams in there. We've got like the public restrooms in there. Absolutely, like Lauren's all over PFAS, like white on rice there. So, but a lot of it, I mean, I'd probably turn it to Bill because he did the draft, but it's not too dissimilar to like last year's legislative agenda, aside from the current stuff we're dealing with.
We basically just went through last year's, got rid of the stuff that was outdated and added this year's new things. And I took the liberty of adding the highest priorities at the end and sent them out to everyone, and no one said those weren't it, so.
I'm remiss in that because I would recommend that we add one other thing to the highest priorities, which is, trying to find the exact wording here. It's the item that includes funding for net zero stuff. I mean, that's something that we will probably spend a lot of money on. And so if we can get state dollars for net zero infrastructure, that is, I'll speak for myself, that's a high priority for me. But I think it is a high priority for everybody. So yes, Jack.
If you look at the top of the back page, the third bullet, advocate for
there it
climate
is.
change mitigation includes
Add
net
that
zero
to the-
goals.
Yeah, that's the one. If we can add that to the list of highest priorities, if that's okay with folks. I mean, I realize that makes it 5 bullet points, but I'm not sure that matters too terribly. Do we need to?
You need a motion?
Do we need a motion? I think we might as well. Go for
I'll
it.
make a motion that we adopt the presented 2022 legislative agenda and thank Lauren and Connor and whoever else worked on it. Jack, thank you.
We have a motion, a second. We have some discussion here. Stephen, you can go first, and then Morgan.
I just want to raise the issue, especially when you're talking about dam removal. We've just been through a real community traumatic event with a garage. I think most of you should be conflicted out from recommending removing Act 250 jurisdiction on any project within the city. Anyone who supported that garage fiasco should not be missing net protection against a stacked development, stacked council in the future. That's just very, very dangerous ground to go to. So with that one exception, I support the other legislative agenda, but Act 250 removal within the city should not be on that list.
Thank you. I will also add that that is not how we use the word conflicted. Go ahead. Yes, Morgan, go ahead.
Sorry. Just if John Odom's still on, John, it's not just you. There's a sound quality problem. I'm no techie, but I think it might be a bandwidth problem, maybe on the city's end. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, I'm glad you took up the 2022 legislative agenda because I missed it last year. So, I didn't get into the weeds on things, but I looked at tonight and I have a question and 2 or 3 comments. Under create more housing, I'm all for the first bullet item, of course, additional funding to agencies such as Down Street to build housing. Great. The second item, though, here's the alphabet soup again. ADUs. What's an ADU? What's an ADU? I have no idea. And then I have a problem. All right, I'm all for anything that creates more housing. That's really essential. However, the next item I have issues with. Eliminate Act 250 regulation and designated downtowns or growth centers. Well, unless you're more specific about that, what you're asking, that opens up a can of worms, in my opinion. And, you know, I mean, people, if you do that, all kinds of problems could crop up, including, there's all these people who they're very interested in developing housing, but it's not necessarily affordable, and you take out Act 250 regulation. I'm no lawyer, I'm no geek on any of this stuff, but I have a problem. Now, if you do modification in these regards, that's a little different as long as it's tweaked very carefully, and it's centered around housing. But you're not really saying that in that, sentence, that bullet item. You're not being specific, and it'll be really important to be very specific. And even then, it's kind of a can of worms. It really is. And, that said, I'm all for more housing. Then the last item I have is down under practice good environmental stewardship. Continue the bullet item on continue funding micro transit opportunities. First off, if you're talking about my ride, not everybody's a big fan of that, and there's a lot of problems with it. However, I'll stick to, environmental stewardship. Well, I've gone by the transit center many a time in the back, walking along the path behind the building, and there'll be buses sitting out there running, idling for a long time, more than one bus sometimes, and that's a problem. Now, I did bring it to the attention of somebody at Sustainable Montpelier Coalition, and, it's sort of got addressed a little bit. Sometimes they're not running, and that's good. But, especially for the Berlin route, I'm all for the Montpelier part, but the Berlin loop, these buses, the gas, fuel guzzling, huge taxis, oftentimes empty, and they're taking 6 to 8 trips up the hill when before, sometimes they were empty here and there, but they'd be running up the hill with up to 4 to 6 people, sometimes more, or down the hill, one or the other. And, it's costly. And it's also, they're going up more times now with maybe one person on the bus and sometimes empty because sometimes they're not picking somebody up on the hill, right? So they're empty on the way down. So what's the point? Environmental stewardship? I don't think so. Anyway, that's my take. Thank you.
If I may.
Thanks, Morgan. Yeah, go ahead.
ADU stands for accessory dwelling unit, and so it's allowing people to put an
Thank
extra
you.
unit into their house. Quickly,
In the
on the
future,
Act
could you
250, I would point out that under designated downtowns Act 250, it's already exempt in those areas for most projects, and this has been a policy position of the city since before the parking garage got involved in this. Housing is one of the few things that housing over 50 units is still regulated in Act 250 in a designated downtown. And our argument is that if you're going to build high-rise housing or whatever you're going to build, it ought to be in the center of a downtown and not out in the field. The whole point of Act 250 was to prevent sprawl and push development into downtowns. And so Act 250 should not be used as a tool to prevent what is otherwise allowed development in downtown. So
I agree with that.
the only reason, in fact, that the hotel became part of Act 250 is that someone had ruled that hotel units were equivalent to housing units. hotel rooms were equivalent to housing units because it had 80 rooms. It got pushed in. As a hotel itself, it would have been exempt, as was the parking garage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
All right,
Bill.
any
Appreciate the
other,
clarification.
thank you, Morgan. Any other comments or questions? All right, Lauren.
Sorry. I know that like we've had that before. I was wondering about possibly rewording the Act 250 to say support smart growth policies that encourage and incentivize housing development in designated downtowns or growth centers. I think like it's well understood that Act 250 is part of it, but I think there's also more policies that are going to be considered this year lumped into smart growth and incentive programs.
I would support that if it also said including removing Act 250 regulations for downtowns.
I don't love that phrase personally.
Okay.
I mean, I think that would be part of a negotiation, but to me, it's like if you're going to remove that, I would hope that there's like better forest protections and other things paired with it. Just removing exemptions without a broader smart growth approach I mean, there's like a smart growth designation bill that's going in, so I think this is like in line that would change Act 250 jurisdiction in downtowns and like would essentially accomplish this, but it just has more parameters around it than just eliminate. So I think it's getting at basically the same thing, but
other thoughts?
Again, these are broad strokes. When you go in and actually talking to people, you can add the smart growth, you can add whatever. But I think this really nails it personally, that they're not looking at all the motivation of why we have zoning and why we have Act 250 in the more rural areas like Bill brought up. And so I don't want to over wordsmith this. And if we do, then I suggest we put it off. It's almost 11 o'clock. So.
Other thoughts? Jack, go ahead.
I'm happy to put it off to probably not next week because we're doing budget, but if there are other substantive comments that people have they'd like to see changed, I'm happy to push it back.
It's fine.
Do we have a date for the delegation coming in to talk about it?
Well,
That's the only timing thing I'd put.
We haven't invited them yet. We pending to see what happened tonight. We would tentatively hope to have them in on the 22nd to go over this with them. I mean, I think we could still go over the ideas with them and maybe get some feedback from them before you adopt it. So that could still work if that's what you want to do.
I'd like to get their feedback on it.
Yeah. Yeah, send them the draft.
Could like Perchler could be like here.
Sure, that sounds good. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I guess along the way, I see us changing this all the time, folks.
Yeah.
And so I'm just a little frustrated, and that we spent 20 minutes on this to say we're going to put it off. But that's when changes happen in the state house here. So this is like in granite. I think it's deeper. So that's.
We do have a motion.
I actually put it on the floor. I'd like us to at least adopt this draft, move forward with for discussion purposes.
Yeah, well, I think we had a motion in a second. I mean, we could, the alternative is to table it, right? But, yeah, go ahead.
Or we could just take out the Act 250 line for now, pass the rest of it, and then suffer over it later. Can we get something done?
What do you, I mean, is that amenable to the?
No.
Yeah, fair enough.
But that doesn't, I mean, vote it down and then you can have another motion.
Okay, Jack.
As a point of order, I'm not sure I heard a second. Did somebody second? I'll second it if we don't have one, but I don't think I have one. Maybe the clerk knows.
Maybe I had imagined that. John Odom, do you have any recollection of this? John is probably not
John's
there.
going to go through the record.
He's still here.
Well, if nobody remembers second it, I thought.
Oh, he can't unmute himself? Can he unmute himself?
There, I got unmuted. I wasn't able to unmute. I was going to ask the same question.
Anybody recall seconding it?
So now it's me.
Okay, so Jack is seconding. All right, so whatever happens is all good. We'll talk through it, or, either now or either we'll pass it or we'll talk through. I mean, we're going to talk through it again later. But nonetheless, here we are. So do we have any further comments?
Motion is
As is. Yeah. Well, I assume with the addition of
We're
the
changing the priority.
highest
adding-
priority.
okay.
Is that fair? That's to your understanding, Val. Okay. All right. So, all in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed? We had nobody opposed. I think, at least I didn't hear any opposed. So I think the motion passes. And, right, so we are going to revisit it. We keep talking about the Act 250 part of it, and that is fine. All right, so moving on. We've got one more item, possible acquisition of land near Berlin Pond. All right. And for this, I'm anticipating that we may want to go into executive session. And actually, before we do, anticipate coming out to make any decisions. I feel like we
Maybe,
might.
yes,
We
yes,
might.
we might.
Okay, so just want to make that note before we get in. Jack?
Through 20. And then do that. And
Good call. Good call. Yeah, let's do that. Council report. Are we?
I have nothing, move on.
Okay. Nothing. Okay, Jennifer. Okay, Jack.
Two things. One that I should have mentioned when we were discussing the consent agenda, one of the items we passed was funding for a mini excavator for parks. And when I saw that item on the agenda, I asked the manager if we had investigated the possibility of getting an electric excavator consistent with our interest in moving towards electric vehicles when we can. And the answer was yes, that it was investigated and it would have been prohibitively expensive. We're spending somewhere around $45,000 to $50,000 for this, and to buy an electric one would have been another $40,000. So we are, for people who are interested, we are looking at electric vehicles when we can, but this would not have been practical at this point. And the other thing is to follow up on the reapportionment, because we discussed this before, and we also split your house district into two. The reapportionment board decided to create all single-member districts, and the clerk and I were having a conversation earlier, and we could get into the same thing here, because the vote on the board in favor of this single-member plan, way the members of the board lined up in voting was very, very weird, from the most farthest left and farthest right member single member districts. It's going to be decided by the legislature, not by this board. So a lot of towns didn't like the single member district idea, and I would be surprised if it stays this way. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Great. Okay, I also don't have anything. John, anything from you?
There we go. Just that the office is going to be my office is going to be closed tomorrow because of a staff crunch. And it will be open on Friday, but neither myself nor Crystal will be there. So it's really going to be limited to payments.
Thank you. Bill?
I'll pass given the hour.
Okay, super. All right, so I think we are anticipating going to executive session, and I just want to make sure that when we do that, that we also invite, or make sure that we're clear that we're inviting Christine Zaki. Okay.
Still on?
Yeah, she was, yeah. Go ahead, Jack.
I move that we find that premature general public knowledge would place the council or person involved at a substantial disadvantage concerning a potential real estate transaction.
Your second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, so we may be coming back to take some action. Yes.
I move that we
Oh,
enter executive session to
Right,
discuss
yes, too. Thank you.
the possibility of a real estate transaction pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1, whatever the subsection is.
Great, thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, for discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Okay. All right, so we may be back Then I think we're okay. Do you want us to wait till?
Are we also supposed to be?
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Jay.
So I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the city manager to pursue and enter into a purchase and sale agreement for a lot adjacent to Berlin Pond based on the conversation and the parameters established in executive session.
Second. Is the word adjacent okay? Close enough? Okay. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, and so with that, we are done with our business for the evening. So we will, without objection, adjourn at 11:19. Woo! We made it.
Good meeting, folks.